What up? What up? How we doing? Oh, I am doing pretty good myself. I after stream yesterday, I twink leveled a character with Hollow Palm, courtesy Archidex's twink leveling kit. We're currently in Act 10. We've only done one ascendancy, so going to be, carrying on with that pretty much. And as well as getting our second and third ascendancies. Then once we're done with that, we're going to, I don't know how I get my fourth ascendancy on a high stop, to be very honest.
Close to the Emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. You were born for this. Only one of your lessons was completed, Ascendant.
But it's kind of interesting how fast I finish this character. It was definitely an interesting experience. And what do I mean? Playing with something as strong as Hollow Palm, deck stacking, and what makes it good from level 1, and how little like gear modification you need for it to succeed. It made me realize something pretty interesting, or it put things in perspective from a minion perspective, which is, if we as minion players wanted to do something like this, we just don't have the facilities for that. Everything that could potentially be used to stack early on for like high amounts of them, because this is deck stacking, right? Like you just have like early on Astramentus, you have an early on Darkness and Throne you can use with some dexterity. You switch a magnet later on, you're just trying to get more dexterity, some explode, all of these kind of things. And what this effectively means is, because we have no access to like some stacking elements that we would otherwise not have access to, it's just not that doable. At least not nearly to the degree of this. With minions, when it comes to twink leveling, the way it works in my experience is Act 1 to 3-ish are kind of whatever, and then Act 4 you get access to Wraith Lord. I think it's Act 4 you get access to Wraith Lord, and with that plus Wraith Spectre, you're chilling from that point on, because like you can then go Wretch Defilers and all of that, and life is good past that. But to put it in perspective, from level 12 I was Hollow Palm, life was chill. By level 12 on minions, I only have SRS. There's no permanent minion that I could even potentially dream of using. In terms of temporary minions, SRS, maybe you could make it work with a mix of like on hit scaling mixed with MI, maybe, but the amount of, but even then it's not great. You can't ignite skill to a degree that matters. You can't life skill. One thing though that I was thinking about is, I don't think Elegant Hubris has a level requirement, so like that is like the one thing where it's like, okay, maybe you can make it work with an Elegant Hubris. But with how limited those are in numbers for like good access to minion life and maybe minion damage, and how many points you will need to even take those nodes, but like with that, maybe I can see it working, maybe. Not quite as early, but earlier than Wraith Lord to do at the very least. Who knows? Maybe there's something that can be done when it comes to the new rune grafts with auras affecting enemies. Maybe there's some shenanigans to be done there. I doubt it, but who knows? Let me think.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those.
When do you get access to skitterbots? Skitterbots are honestly very decent for early on with Infernal Legion, because it's pretty much auto bomber at that point.
Be singular. Your destination is more dangerous than the journey, Ascendant.
I was under the impression you could do that with level 20s. I guess not. We don't have many skill gems, I don't think. I'm not gonna use anything else. I don't care enough. All right, we had this. We're going to get this guy, and next we go for Master Surgeon. We're going to go straight into Third Ascendancy. And I was thinking of not completing campaign for this, and I probably wouldn't when I start. I don't know. I'm still going through my thoughts on that. Ascendancy number 3. What is the problem? Tide Ascendancy 4 is the next question. Defensively, this build is actually quite fine. The problem though is, you know, I feel like I recognize this layout. There's likely a golden door and a golden key. Yep, I do recognize the layout. It's quite common.
Where there's a golden key, there must.
I think it's interesting that I saw the layout and I was like, oh, I know this.
Let the day dawn golden with possibility.
Just to confirm, yep, 102. Hello dear, how's it going other than things dying as you pass by? Pretty good, pretty good. Looking forward to trying heists. That was the whole point of this character. I kind of felt like I wanted a change of pace in terms of farming strat, and I have, because I've been in Abyss for so long. So it was either this or AFK Blight, and I am gonna try some AFK Blights, but I kind of wanted to try it first time on stream, so that's like, so A, I see what it how it performs in AFK Blight, and B, I problem solve on stream, so you guys get to see that, and so I have a reference point if anybody needs that information. I've seen I've seen PoE before but never played it, so I have no idea what you're talking. So are you interested in getting into PoE, or what brings you here? Right now I'm basically leveling a new character. Oh, okay, maybe I need to respect this a bit more.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Sometimes I forget just how little access to physical damage reduction and mitigation the right side of the skill tree has. Been thinking of trying it out. Do you play any similar games? Are you an ARPG enjoyer? Or is this literally going to be your first dabble in ARPGs? I know this skill tree is galaxy size, but that's it. Yeah, it's one of those vetting moments where it's at this point it's meme done for being the biggest deterrent, that people play the game initially and then they open the skill tree and they're like, oh my goodness, and Q explode, mind explosion memes and fireworks and all of that. But yeah,
When the time comes,
I started playing PoE in 2022. A viewer was very convincing in getting me to try it, and as you can see, now I mostly make PoE content, or at least ARPG content, so clearly I like it.
make your mark. By the goddess, what ambition! Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
I played Dungeon Siege 1, 2, and the expansion Broken World. Those seem to be closest to what I'm seeing right now. This is a character who is leveling through the campaign, but with gear he should not have access to at this point, and basically like scaling that leveling characters would not have access to. So basically it's like taking an end game character that just doesn't have levels but has everything else, and leveling through like World of Warcraft or something. That's kind of the, or like if in a League of Legends analogy, it's like being level, it's like having 6 items level 1 at the start of a game. If you play League of Legends, it's kind of like that. You have 6 items but you don't have the levels yet, so now you're going through the campaign and you get levels. And oh, I play WoW. Okay,
Can afford to be promising. An emperor.
have I never seen this guy?
Those promises.
Is this,
The guide led the warrior down a path that wound.
I don't know who that is, but I think that's my first time seeing that.
Must navigate your empire through trouble.
I actually haven't played WoW. I have played WoW. I shouldn't say I haven't played it. I have played WoW, but every single time I try playing it, it somehow loses me, and I'm not sure what about it loses me.
Nobility is alive. Your destination is more dangerous than the journey, Ascendant.
Adds 15 mil XP. All right. I quit playing back in season 3. How soon do you quit? I played League for I don't say I've completely quit League, but I would say I take long breaks from League here and there. I started playing League in like season 7. Oh, how soon do you quit? Okay, about WoW. Long before level 60. I think last time I tried playing, I got to a point where, let me try to remember the story a bit. You spawn on some island, you do this tutorial quest, you go off to somewhere else, you meet who I assume is like a king or something, and then you're on this island that has like forests and shit, like some forest, some pyramid-esque structures, almost Aztec-like, I guess. And that is where I remember stopping the last time. I think it's a mix of not being able to get lost in the lore, because ARPGs have fried my lore brain to a degree. I still enjoy lore, but I also just enjoy blasting at this point. It's a mix of that and maybe not enjoying the starting skills as much as maybe it could be. Do you remember what race you were? I think I was an orc. I think I was a spell casting orc. So I think I was the what is the name of the evil faction? Chaos? I remember thinking to myself, I really wanted to be a spellcaster. So I did. All right, Mr. Heist Locker. Oh yeah, horde. That was what I was trying to remember. I guess they aren't evil, right? They're just the horde.
Welcome. Stay out of trouble. I am goodbye.
Another farewell.
I think I've always associated the horde with evil for some reason.
Got some good.
I think that is the way the game portrays it, with like coloring and what. Like you start off and it's red, and you know red always typically signifies evil in games, but like you have to choose off rip without actually knowing.
Just don't get in my way. Just keep me alive. I'll do the rest. Always get nostalgic before a job. Well, first things first. Hear that? We ain't alone. Place is crawling with guards. You're here to make sure they don't kill us both. We got company.
I have to get rid of this gear quick. I also need to change the keybind from this from V.
No further. Easy. Any chance you could stop hitting me? Consideration here. We don't want too much attention. This will be quick.
Why am I here?
Yeah.
I just realized this was a side area. Lol.
Seize them.
You said Axel pyramid, like that sounds like a certain area for one of the troll races. That sounds about right. That does sound right.
Wait. Hear that?
Is that spell auto casting?
Grab what you can.
So this is basically you punch the ground and it sends out a fissure, and then the fissure seeks out enemies. So you start the first one, and then from there it's basically travels by itself. That's kind of how it works. And then alongside the way the character is set up, it has like some explosions to help it kill like enemies. Like if it kills one enemy, that enemy then explodes, which does damage to surrounding enemies, and if they then die, those ones can then explode and like chain kill enemies. And it has some really nice explode in that regard, or wave clear.
And we're still breathing, Rook. So you ain't done half bad.
Press any key to already deal with all the NPCs. Pretty much, you press this and you can press it multiple times. So it's like you can create multiple fissures, and then they all seek enemies and they all do big damage because of my current setup and all of that. So
Completed. Farewell.
Howdy, how are you doing today? Quick question, is minions are aggressive one any good for wretched filers? I would say personally it's best in slots because the quality of life it provides is really big. I enjoy minions are aggressive, so if you're considering it, it's a big yes from me. Big yes. It's not mandatory, which is why it's not in the guide, but it's really good to have. When do I want to unspec hollow palm? And when do I want to deal with gear? This character is going to have to go through an actual like wearing of the gear. Press one, create a visual, press many times, basically make the crank. Pretty much, you just do this. You can do this multiple times, and like everywhere just gets. You have that. The skill also it seeks out like three more times, so you send it out and then it goes 1 2 3 in wherever the enemies are. So you can imagine they probably don't appreciate it past the first click. They probably really don't appreciate it. All right, let's do perception. Wait, We need to level up. Karst's CoC. CoC is the next unlock. Do I need to go on my main character and actually unlock CoC? It looks like that is the case. Do I still have my heist tree? Yes, I do. Yes, indeed, I do. All right, let's do this. Crafted a few hours ago, not sure if I should re-roll it. Could I link it to you? Sure. Gabriel, thank you for the follow. How you doing and welcome. I once watched an acquaintance play Elden Ring. He had the pyromancer character. Basically, he cast one spell and just started walking, and not even the grass grew where he said. Yeah, like basically that's what that guy is. Is like he punches the ground and the fissure just destroys anything in sight. If it goes left, you can choose to create another one that goes right. You know, it's at the end of the day, everything dies. So this character, on the other hand, is quite different. This one is a minion character. So how this one works is I'm wearing a chest piece that makes it so whenever this guy, who is a minion of mine, kills an enemy, I will summon his sword. And yeah, so basically we have a character set up to where we're trying to summon as many swords as possible. Let's do some quick changes to this, shall we? We're going to do strands. Let me just queue up a map. Here's the one. Not sure if I should try my luck with Anno. Craft meta 3 crafted. Expensive to rule, but I don't know where to spend my divs anymore. I guess my first question would be what is your starting budgets? What is the budget you want to spend to recreate, like fix this wand if needed? Go 150 divs. If you want the best bang for your buck, there's two options here. If you don't want to spend a lot of currency on this right now, then your best bet would be leaving it as is. If you want to actually go for something good, like really try, you can try annulling the minions deal increased damage. If you can remove the minions deal increased damage, then you can multi-mod minions deal increased damage and then trigger. And of course, you to remove the suffix, you can just prefixes can't be changed, scour, the attack speed goes. So the question would be, can you remove the minions deal increased damage? At that point, you can multi-mod because bench crafted minion damage is much higher than 25%. But that's if you're willing to potentially re-delve craft it. I want to see if Tempering Orb works. Extra 1 craft. Tempering Orb should work, but that might be expensive. That might be pretty expensive depending on like RNG. Depending on RNG, that could be expensive. So a few months back, I tried PoE. I went Alt F as soon as I saw the talent tree. Well, if you decide to try it again, I mean, this is a very new player friendly stream. Happy to answer any new questions you may have. It's a very fun game. Definitely fun. My recommendation for your first character is, as much as people say, you know, I like to go in blind. This is not a game to go in blind. I think you find it, you find a build that looks cool, and then you just follow a guide on it. But if you really like making your own stuff like I do, what I did when I first started was, this is the skill tree. It's big, but there is reasoning to this madness. But what I did was I followed a guide for the minion build, and whenever it's had me take a node, I would just read what the node did. And just by reading what I was taking, I kind of understood what it is that's I was doing with the tree. And from that, the stream is friendly, but would you say the game is new? The game is not new friendly, but here's the thing. For it, there is PoE 2 is more noob friendly, so it's less complex right now. And for an easier intro into PoE, I would say PoE 2 is a much better choice. But if you want to start with PoE 1, let me explain the reason behind the madness. This tree, as big as it is, has logic. This section up here is the intelligence section. This means things that are related to intelligence typically sit around here. So minion damage, cast speed, spell damage, wand stats, they are all here. This is the dexterity section. So things that have to do with bows, with dexterous, like thrusting swords, they are typically around here. So you'd see like projectile speed, you would see bow attack speed, damage over time with bow attacks, stuff like that. Like this is where it is. And then this is the strength section. So this is like your big mace guys. This is where you'd find two-handed axe mash stuff. You'd find armor here. You'd find shields, like big armor, like shield stuff here. War cries, etc. Like this is the strength section. And then anything in between is a merge of the two sections. So like here, this is strength dex. So you find things that maybe need both of them. This is strength int right here. And then this is dex int. So like there is a, if you ever need minion stuff, even if you're going like an archer or a pathfinder, right? If you're going for an archer and you wanted to do minion stuff, you'd likely have to come around here for the minion stats. Likewise, if I was using a bow character on a witch, I would have to probably come to this area of the tree. And then it goes into a lot more complexities yada yada that we don't have to get into, but that is kind of the loose logic behind the madness of this skill tree. Now let me see. All right, that's what I want to do. Also, I want to see if tempering work. Ain't got any way to spend them. Then yeah, I would recommend trying to annul the minion damage. If you miss, you then just go back to fossil crafting and you try to get your +2, and ideally good minion damage. But if not good minion damage, an open prefix also kind of works. And then once you have your open prefix, the problem with open prefix is it increases the cost of the crafts, because every single time you want to craft suffixes, you have to use like prefixes can be changed, and then multi-mod prefixes can be changed and fill out the prefix so it doesn't fill out with what you're reforging or removing or whatever else from the suffixes. So that is the one problem with open prefix. The cost to get your suffixes goes up, but also you can just clear your suffixes, multi-mod, damage, attack speed, call it a day for now. But yeah, in the ideal universe, you fossil spam until really high in minion damage, and then you craft your suffixes. But odds are if you do that, your suffixes will be full and you have to YOLO annul, which is the pain of crafting this wand. So PoE uses dex instead of agility, or is that just, yeah, we use dexterity as the agility like stats. There's dexterity, there's AFK for a few minutes. All right, so let's do some quick maps so we can get our heist quests, shall we? This is 7, so around about 8. We don't really need to roll these. We'll run them wide because all we care about is the heist. As for scarabs, I need sulfide scarabs, and I think that's about it. Heist. we're just fishing for the quests, the quest stuff. That's all. This tree has delirium. There we go. First try. Oh, Vortex with the bits. Thank you very much. I'll probably just buy another one with means aggressive fracture and experiment on it. At least I'll have a currency sink. I'm one of those people that wants to spend, that needs to spend it, but I don't do gamba. Here's some bits. Thank you, appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much. Holy, so many. Why do I have 2 quests?
Hold your tongue. I do not wish to hear your voice.
And I can't put them in my stash, can I? Not that I'm aware of, at least. Pretty sure I already got this invitation. A separate minions aggressive base costs how much? Let's go hidden. This guy. About 45D, and then you, I mean, this is a good one to have. So yeah, I would say that is the smart way to go about it, because then you're not risking the one you're currently using and you don't feel pressure to like settle. You just have a crafting project you're going on. That is the smart way to do it. Now, is the smart way to do what I would typically do? Not all the time. We don't always make the best decisions. It is what it is. That's just life.
This go well.
All right, Karst.
Come on. Later, Rook.
Later.
So I guess we're going to do the contracts.
Nothing's getting in our way.
Oh, by the way, what's the survivability of this change of command build compared to Regifiler one? Change of command is one of those ones where you, because of the requirements of the build, you just can't make it that survivable. I have made it decently survivable, but it's nowhere. It's like it's nowhere close to Regifilers.
I'm gonna be sore to
That said, this does have a lot of damage as well, and it's POB able damage. In the high budget, we get up to 170 something ish.
should have ignored the noise.
Mil DPS, but like I said, it's not as tanky as Regifilers, and Regifilers, well, they have a lot of damage as well. So more damage, less defense is the summary. That said, this guy, the motivation behind creating this character was to create a risk scarab character, and for that, for just that, this character does its job very well. Yesterday we ran a few risk scarabs just to test the water, see how we hold up, and very good. As it is with all builds, you either survive and tickle mobs or murder with gore or dice. Pretty much. But at least this one, depending on the modifiers you get, is it's not even like it can actually eat damage. It has a few awkward areas in that right now we are using mind over matter with Eldritch Battery, so that we do have this energy shield as part of our EHP or effective hit pool. But the problem is this tends to empty out, so I'm currently testing having some regen come from Zealot's Oath, and then having my Merc give me regen, so that this has some regen so I can still cast and whatnot. I do also have Vow of Discipline just in case. But with Eldritch Battery, the ES recharge rate is just so ass. Like, it's so bad. It is ridiculous how bad it is.
Hello.
What is this? Census records. Oh, I forgot to empty my inventory with the non-quest items.
You are nothing.
But yeah, this one can honestly run more T17 mods just because, well, there are a few reasons why rectifiers aren't as good with T7 risk Arabs, right? Reason number one, reflects. Just by virtue of using spells, you have reflects being a problem compared to attacks where we literally just have awakened elemental damage with attacks on the chains of command and on my AG, and nobody dies to reflect. Ironically, even my mercenary doesn't die to reflect, and this is a KB mercenary. Phase reflects, early reflect, doesn't matter, they don't die. So I just chalk it up to they don't do enough damage. Like, I mean, you're free to reflect all the damage you want, but if I do fuck all damage, I mean, what is there to reflect? You know, the only maps they die in are the maps that turn off regen, so the Awakener Desolations, the runes, and that is if we run into like the horde of like lightning golems shooting at the same time all the regen turns off, and I think at that point everyone struggles to survive, including my AG. So like that is the one mod that in Risk Arabs that is like, can you just not give us? Not to mention if I eat a big, like, if I take a lot of damage in a very short amount of time as soon as I hit a new regen spot patch. Meanwhile, with of course without Risk Arabs, you can just filter it out and you don't have to worry about it. Can I link you my spin on change the command that I'm running right now? You'd have to link it on Twitch, but yeah, you can. I don't mind. I will check it out.
Yeah. This will be quick.
Let's change this button. Where is the league interface? I need to change this to something else. I don't know what button.
Who put you in a bad mood?
What button can I use? What is a button that is easy to... Nicest, thank you for the followers. All right, I'll check it out after this map. I need to figure out what I want to rebind the rogue keys to. In the ideal universe, it would be something on my mouse.
This will be quick.
But the easiest thing on my mouse to press...
Yeah.
The easiest thing on my mouse to press is already taken by flasks. So can't really do that. Not really. So like, watch a video for since a while. I didn't know you stream. Yeah, I stream pretty much every day except Sundays. Sundays are the only days I don't stream. And if something comes up and I'm not going to stream, I typically post that on my Discord.
You do your job, I'll do mine. No way. Dead now, ain't you? Rookie, rock.
All right. That is what 3 quests done, so we'll probably do it in the next map, and that'll be another few quests. Anyways, I think I'm supposed to sell. No, not you. I guess no. I meant to talk to Tibbs.
No worries.
And I meant to talk to Karst.
Good stuff.
And those are the quests. All right, let's look at this. All right, so we have chains of command. Open Not quite optimized yet, just got a new merc. What merc are you running? Do you have a setup for, you have your AG, Void Forge, Mask, Greybind, Legacy. What's your chests? Explode chests? D-term. Which are the D-terms? One-handed or two-handed? Okay. Nice impossible escape. Two-handed. Oh, they get so you have a Kingmaker, I assume. Or you're going to get a Kingmaker if you don't already have one. You do, okay. Block, reservation, minion damage, and then of course these two. It's really good. Really good impossible escape placement. Adorned. Yeah, this is, and then you have a light of meaning, which is pretty good. Chaos res helps you cap. Do you cap your chaos res outside your flasks? Leash of Oblation is really nice. I enjoyed using that in the medium budget as well. Let's see. Chests, minion damage, early focus, melee fizz, crits, multi-strike, and early damage attacks. How is the crit scaling on your anime guardian weapon? 39%. I feel like some things aren't configured, right? You have these configs, which is added lightning. So you're using Crown of the Tyrant, you're using Doriani. You shouldn't do this. The way you do it is you set it here, -184. This adjust it relative to whatever their current lightning res is, kind of like it's a curse, right? So if it was a capped res, lightning res, it's not going to show you quite as much damage as you should be doing because it sets it to that. So this is how you set that. Crit multi, this is from your Kingmaker. Fortification, lucky, and then convert from Cone's Binding. So your mercenary is all set up. Feeding frenzy is unticked. That should be ticked. Ruthless average. Everything else looks fine. Let's get your defenses up. Number of summon minions 15. That should improve phase max hits. You don't have your pantheons in here. That doesn't make a difference. Doesn't make a difference. Everything else looks fine. All right, let's look at this. What match offering? Buffs on you expire slower. So this is assuming for your offerings. And you went this top part for crit. I'm not a big fan of this node because it just feels like a wasted points. In that 25% increased crit is not a lot of value for a point. These two are obviously better, but that's, you know, an extra point you have to spend. And then you have this guy for increased. Oh yeah, you did take Supreme Ostentation. So yeah, increased defense, reduce attributes. And then your block is capped. Your block is capped. How is it capped? You have your bone offering. You have block. Your spell block, I can understand if you have like Tempest Shield. But your attack block, Aegis Aurora, max block 80 chance. You have this. You have this. There's no anoint that I can see. What is your anoint? Who nettles with infused? Isn't it infused max charge or something? Max power charges. Yeah, okay. I knew it was a max charge of swords. I just didn't remember which one. Block on Casper. Oh yeah, this guy, right? Okay. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Do you have any block tattoos? Increase armor. So you didn't need the block tattoos. You could get increased armor. How much armor do you have? 41k. Not bad. I'm guessing your reservation. Why level 14? Why level 14? For this, by the way, for the reservation thing, there are two ways to do it. The way I typically do, which is not perfect, is determination has 100% reduced reservation. That allows me to see what my mana actually looks like. The second one, what was the other way again? Determination has no reservation. Those two. This one is more, this one covers more test cases. I mean, you never do it, but if say you picked up Supreme Eagle, the other one might get a actually no, I think they both cover many scenarios, and it's going to be hard to break either or. Welcome back. But yeah, that's how you do it to see your actual mana. For auras, did you test this in game? Is this your actual armor? Because like typically mercenaries tend to have level 26 auras at level 83 mercenary, and then 27 at 84 for most auras. There are a few exceptions to this, like envy is kind of different and all that, but most of them. I tested, but maybe I'm cooked. I mean, it's worth revisiting, because remember, this value is, I guess, if 14 is closer to where you're currently at, this is also taking into account molten shells, extra armor, as well as your flasks. So it's possible like that there is like some armor buffs here and there. If this is your imported character, that might be altering it to show variance. So if you turned off everything, just use standing, nothing else happening around you, and just determination, the question would then be, is this what your armor looks like, or is it that? App audio run through speakers. I heard a lot of points, but I have no idea what was. I mean, that is, yeah, we're talking about a minion build. The build that this character, the minion character plays, that centers around the chains of command unique. This is Velrog's take on it. Oh no, not Nice's take rather. Is it nice? It's nice, right? So we have adorned. What other unique jewels are we running here? Impossible escape, elegant hubris, light of meaning. Okay. How is your rest situation? You're running purity of elements. You're missing chaos res. This is, I assume, without this guy, but you can't always rely on this guy being up, because it's not always the case. Res is rough, right? Cold res, because that's dexterity. You have a lot of chaos res tattoos. Okay, your rings are kind of not great. Yeah, I would 100% prioritize getting res capped before minion attack, cast speed, and move speed. Like these two are really good stats, but capping or res is priority. Are minions the meta in PoE? I wouldn't say they're the meta. They're kind of what I like to play on, like what most of my builds center around. The character I'm currently leveling is like my first non-minion character in, I don't know, 2 years, something like that. And it's being created for like this niche gameplay on this niche content called Heist, which is essentially you going to rob the rich, or rob not the rich, but like whoever the contract is about with your fellow rogues, or with rogues who do the jobs. Like it's like breaking into something to steal something and getting the fuck out without dying, of course. Yeah, this is just pure ninja, right? So basically most people are not minioners. Like this is not a minion ascendancy, or this. This is like where most minions are going to be in terms of ascendance. So like we can say out of the characters that are here, 8% of them are necromancers, and some of those would not be minioners. Like some would be. This, as well as, where's Guardian? This guy, 1%. Upgrade ideas. Let me see. First things first, capping your res should take priority above everything, otherwise you won't survive the content. I'm not a big fan of adorned without like 4 or 5 magic jewels personally. Like I would, to a degree, sometimes I would prefer to go rares and have more of them, just so I don't have to limit my unique jewels. You have this, which is nice. You have points spent in a lot of different places to achieve a lot of different things. Minions recover life undead should be very, very important to have, just so your AG and your swords don't all die together. I also personally, and this is from my build in particular, I highly recommend having Blessed Rebirth. The amount of shit I run on T17s, and I know for a fact, without Blessed Rebirth keeping my swords alive, they would fall over, and I just wouldn't have optimal DPS. So if you can fit Blessed Rebirth, I would 100% try to fit that. Then your offering should be 100% uptime. Pretty easy because it doesn't take into account this guy. So this is 6 seconds. And then do you have it config? No. Okay, I don't even know how to word this, but we can probably do some calc. So we have 6 seconds and it is 30% slower, so divided by 0.7, 8.5 seconds. Okay, so it does last the full 8 seconds to be recast. What is here? Minion life. And they have honestly, in terms of this mastery, I typically prefer taking crit reduction. Increase armor from equipped body armor. Give me a quick second. All right, I am back. That took a while. Where were we? Velrog, what is the spreadsheet? This is This is a planner for Path of Exile. This is essentially the in-game skill tree, and depending on how you configure it and stuff like that, you're able to kind of simulate how much damage you're actively doing with your skill. So this is basically the tool to have if you want to plan a character and stuff like that. Nice. For upgrade ideas, I think I already said it. Capping your res is number one. I would consider getting a Watcher's Eye to improve your base phase max hits, just in case you get hit with your flask not like down and your defenses down as well. You probably get one shot in those situations. You likely want to add a Watcher's Eye with PDR with determ. That would help this a bit more. And alternatively, you could use the Watcher's Eye I'm currently using. Where is it? This is the Watcher's Eye. Where are you at? There. Chaos res while affected by purity of elements, which I am, and then PDR while affected by determination, which of course I am. Do I run my determination myself? But yeah, this will also help your chaos res situation. I have a lot of tattoos as well, but mine is lightning res. But those are my only tattoos. I also don't use a supreme ostentation because I felt like I couldn't justify the loss in durability. Because if I dropped it here, I would lose life, and if I dropped it here, I would lose endurance charge and life. So I couldn't quite justify it, so I didn't do it. Then that's what I'm currently doing. Then what else could you do? Let me see. Let's try to not have you lose too much damage, shall we? This is important. This less so, but this helps with light of meaning. And I don't think the light of meaning is a bad call either. I think it's actually pretty decent. But here's the thing. If you want to use light of meaning, do this. Pass through here. I know this wastes your tattoos, but like that's more nodes in its radius to give you slightly more chaos res. A bit min-maxy, but it helps. You have a good timeless jewel here, so we're just not going to touch it. It's a good timeless jewel. We have to I would recommend you make do with what else you had, and honestly I don't know that the power charges are worth it. Like each one is 2 mil ish DPS, but 2 mil DPS isn't worth your anoint. You know, I don't think it's. I thought about voices. 3 passive voices would also be really big here. 100% I would go 3 passive voices if you can afford one. That would give you the extra jewel socket you just missed out on. You'd have to save the points from elsewhere, but I guess that is something we can figure out. Thank you. That is something to figure out. Then where were we? So yeah, I think you change your anoint from this to something else that's going to help your survivability. Charisma is a decent choice if you have the gem space to fit in a flesh and stone. If not, if you don't want that, then extra endurance charge is not bad, assuming you have a source of endurance charge, which it doesn't look like you do. So using an endurance charge or using an endurance charge gen. Okay, no, you said you're going determination guy. No, he has Infernal Cry, right? He's not the Enduring Cry guy. But can't he have Endure? He can have Endure, right? He is Earthshaker, if I remember correctly. Yeah, two-handed.
Hey, trying to do what's up.
Endure.
God
Yeah,
damn it.
exactly.
What?
He has endure, so you can get endurance charges. Then
Fuck.
okay, yours is missing. If yours is missing, what else are decent ways to get it? Timeless Jewel can give it to you, but no, not that. Leech. This is because you don't have blessed rebirths. Mega Man enduring, and that's what I did actually. Like, for matter of fact, like that. This is actually what I went for. I have enduring, composure, blessed rebirth. That's what I did. Yeah, I think that's a good start. Like, drop the annoying for this because I don't think it's worth it, and instead go for a different annoying that helps you. So either endurance charges, which will help you defensively. Alternatively, you could get charisma and then flesh and stone, which should be pretty decent defensive boost. If you have the space for it, of course. It's a big if. You have energy shield and you don't use this, so like that is actually a pretty decent defensive layer as well with the extra ES. So yeah, I think this is actually the better area because this also gives flat ES and mana, of course. So this is way better than this, and this pathing gives you more. So like this is something you actually do want to switch. You're overcapped on spell block, so here's the funny thing about spell block, right? You could do this. If early res wasn't so tight, I would say you would do this too. That saves you a point. But the problem is this is early res. There's 8 early res you're missing out on. You're still capped, but 8 early res. Probably don't want to give up on 8 early res. I also think I could drop Devil and play roomies. You could. I don't know that I recommend it. Not completely, at least. The spell block is really nice to have on your ages, so that is very comfy. I think you're over invested into spell block. How do we fix that without doing anything crazy? If you get this mastery, maybe you can drop Tempest Shield. Yeah, I think that is a play. If you can get this mastery, you can drop Tempest Shield and you will still be very good on spell block, and that saves you a lot of reservation to then use that freed space for like flesh and stone or something else. This is an extra point. Where can you save that extra point from? What does your accuracy look like? 100%, but it's at 3.9k, so it's not overly capped or anything like that. Yeah, I think those changes would make it feel better. Because I just realized you're using Aegis and you actually have a decent ES pool, this is actually fine. So this is actually very fine. Actually pretty fine, so don't sweat that one. You are welcome. I can also send you my POB and you can just, you know, take what you kind of take what you think would be useful for your character. This is my high budget. This is how I went. this is with Doriani. I have two different Merc setups. So there's Dorian and then there's Risk Scarab. And then there are two different configs. Without Doriani, it's 98 mil. But with Doriani, it's 170. Defensively, it's really good. The biggest problem this has, and I think this is going to be what I do instead, is it has a lack of life regen. There's literally, he has 0 life regen. Like nothing. So that can get, if you're doing content like Katarina, where she has invuln phases, but you can take damage in those invuln phases, it can feel a bit rough. But without, like, I don't really feel the lack of regen because there's still leech, just instant leech. We do so much damage, we're gaining so much in return. So this is kind of like how I am currently running it. But I am playing around with the idea of having more regen just for Katarina. But the way I achieve that in game is from my mercenary. I gave him, I can't see his shit here. What are all these footsteps? I have a mid, but I don't drop leash. He carries block and damage. I mean, so here's the thing. For me, my low and medium budget have Leash of Oblation. But you know what the thing was that I could justify dropping Leash? I mean, it's way more damage in my current version. Is the big thing is that I decided that Mage Blood was going to carry my defenses, and by carrying my defenses, I could spec more offensively on the tree. So this is what this tree looks like, and it's pretty chill. Like, can't complain. Decent damage, medium budget, so like nothing too crazy in terms of gear. You know, your average medium budget setup. But then on the high budgets, and keep in mind, this is what the high budget first looked like, and then I just realized, like, so the way I made this swap was I wanted three cluster jewels for the adorned. I knew I wanted an adorned, and I couldn't just, I was trying to move things around, and I just couldn't justify moving things around. Like, it just didn't make sense to me. So I created a second POB for high budgets, where I completely scrapped my skill tree. I took the bare minimum I needed for my build to function, i.e., instant leech, the minion defense, duration. Actually, duration what came later. Reservation. This jewel, because I said I wanted 3, and I came down here, and then I actually just recreated my tree from the ground up, and I came up with this absolute beast who actually has decent defenses, 90 all res, mage blood, and 170 mil damage. And keep in mind, max hits, if we turn off, oh, defense is already turned off, and then Flask Progenesis is turned off. So if we turn on the conditionals, which you would have during mapping, you have this max hit on top of this damage, which is kind of ridiculous, especially for chains of command. But yeah, that's the POB I sent. It's not spell up, and it's not block and spell block capped and whatnot, but that is kind of how I made this switch, from how I justified making the switch from Mage Blood from Leech to Mage Blood without losing damage. It was just I was going to fit an adorned, so I needed to make sure I had that my adorned was carrying. So that involved dropping this entire area, and the biggest concern with dropping this area is accuracy. But then I solved that by going for a magic Cobalt Jewel % increase accuracy and life, as well as, like, I think 2 flat accuracy jewels, and that's completely solves accuracy. Like, that's overkill on accuracy, because at the time I couldn't fit in precision. Then I fit in precision, and now we're here with 6k accuracy, way more than we need, way fucking more than we need. Should I fix that in game? Nah, because if we run out of precision range, but yeah, and I also hadn't fit in generosity as well. We're still capped, so it's overkill on accuracy. But hey, I can run evasive maps with no problem. But yeah, this was a fun POB to create, because I literally had to just take my old POB, throw away the skill tree, and rebuild it just to get here. What up, Arcane?
Hey, what's up?
I'm good. You?
I'm doing good. Can't complain.
Finished. I have finished my heist campaign now. So now I'm just trying to do the
How was the
quest. Well, sure. I finished it last night. Like I'm Act 10. I was deciding if to beat Kitava or not, and I realized like I'm probably going to beat Kitava. Reason being, if I'm going to 5-way, I might as well do it on a character that actually needs the levels.
Oh, sexy. If I win today later.
Yeah, we can test it today.
Sounds good.
Funded by you, right?
I thought I was paying for. Sure. I'll pay.
I mean, we can split it too, but I don't know. If it doesn't crash, then I can pay for
It
it.
doesn't cost, yeah, 5 twice. So just
I'm 5-weighing twice. Why am I twice? Also, question.
5 my trickster.
Oh.
5 my assassin.
The question I had was, what the fuck do I do for my final sentence? Because I feel like I don't want to respec until I figure out what I want to do about my final ascendancy. Like in theory, I could like get you to carry me through the last one, but I feel like
Okay.
I
don't care. I'll carry.
Okay. Then I don't have to worry about that then, because like that was the one thing I'm like, what do I want to do? Do I want to keep my current setup and try to Uber lab it?
It's not gonna do Uber, to be honest. I think that guy sent you home.
Yeah,
you can't take damage.
The current problem right now is Chaos Res. That's like the only problem, but
Are you using Mage Blood with it?
No, I'm still using Magnets. I can give him an Amethyst Flask and try to cap.
You're gonna do the Uber with the Mage Blood, right? With immune to bleed.
Yeah, that would be the smart thing to do, eh?
Don't die on me on the 6th room. One chance.
I mean, I figure if you're going to carry me through the Uber lab, then I can literally just switch to my actual setup, which would be Tides of Time. I want to figure out the flask, flask without Mage Blood. I don't have to switch Mage Blood and stuff, so it have to be like.
Oh yeah, that's fine then.
So like basically, I'll figure out my shits on that character, and then you can carry me through that. What up? How do I pronounce your name? Watul? You just say Tool or what?
Coming through.
But how you doing? How you doing? Thank you for the old build and the answer on Discord anytime. If there's anything I really don't mind, it's answering questions. It's easy for me to forget to explain something or the other, or just for something to not be the clearest. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate. Thanks a lot for the help. You're welcome. Anytime. And hey, now you have my POB in case it sparks any ideas on stuff you want to do. Am I really just meant to do every single quest contract I get in maps?
Bro, what the fuck do you mean by quest contracts? No, you're not doing quest contracts. You're doing the normal contracts to level up.
I don't have the rooms unlocked.
Oh my god. The way you unlock the other rogues is you need to do certain contracts with certain rogues.
So I have to
go to the PoE wiki.
I have the thing.
Unlocked.
I have the thing. I
It'll
have the
tell you who you
screenshots.
need, and then you backtrack to that first person, and then do what you can with them, and then you keep going.
So you just do a contract, and then next person
You don't
shows
need to
up.
touch a single quest contract.
Huh. But that'd have been handy to know, like, how
would I have done that ZHP? You need to kill in those ones.
I assumed you just went to your main character and did it. That's what
That
I'm
would have been
doing.
smart. That would have been smart. But no, I didn't do that. No,
I
I
mean,
just
I'm a chaser come out for a reason. It's not because
no. You don't
it
need to
can't
do.
heist. All
Yeah,
right,
you don't need to do any of that.
all right. Then we'll do that. Um.
This. Goodbye.
All right. That means let's actually regear this character for. Actually, no. Before we do that, let's finish the campaign. Finish the campaign, then we're going to regear the character. We have the this POB, but this is for a no hit runner. That's not what I'm looking for. I need to still be able to kill. So who am I going to follow? Zenem, right? Zenem should have a video. POE. Oh, Edge Runner 2 teaser? Oh, sure. POE Heist League starts. We'll do that. Fully league start. 11 months ago is kind of oh wow. Let's see this video.
This is the build that broke Heist. It's fast, it's tanky, and I farmed a mage blood with it. But there's a problem. In new league, I'm gonna be...
Now, for a bit of context, I'm not the biggest fan of this channel simply because every single time I open one of their POBs, I see a lot of shit in config that probably has no reason being there. And this is specifically minion related stuff that I'm actually well versed in, like what is actually applying and what isn't and stuff like that. So like I always get very iffy with this channel in particular, but I'm going to see this video anyways and keep an open mind.
broke. Fresh off the beach, no gear, no currency. So I have to get smart, pick a starter build, farm fast, and
what is this delay? What is this lag? The fuck?
This monster. Here's how I would do it again.
I get the high budget by suffer in end bosses with wretch defilers. Define end bosses. I talk about Ubers or just regular pinnacles, because pinnacles you shouldn't struggle with except Exarch, but Exarch is just the bane of Spectre's existence in general. Speaking of, I should probably eat. I haven't eaten all day and I have food right beside me that's really getting into my nose. So we're going to actually look at this. Let me get a fork and I'll be right back. All right, I am back. So let's see this. What exactly are we watching here?
Oh no.
I don't fully understand what I'm watching. Now, did I miss something? Wait. Is he using specters?
Fastest, boy. Still fastest, boy. Come get some. I'll be as quick as I can.
Okay. I'm changing new character. I'll send you a link in this to see if it will. Wait, what? I'm not changing to your new character. I'll send you a link in Discord to see. I am having trouble processing what you said, but let's see. Smite versus all Ubers. So you're trying to figure out if this is good?
Did you really think? It's your star.
Also, what else is open that can be closed? UB can be closed. If I do this, I will be the boss. Oh lol. Man just casually ran through the storm.
Finally caught my attention.
That's a tank. That's a tanky character.
The others found strength in their projections. They became reliant on
What sentence is this? What ascendancy? Trickster. Oh. Wait, for a trickster, 5k ES is kind of low, isn't it?
Not if they're using energy blade, right? I mean, it is, but
This is
they're using
Smite.
energy blade, maybe.
POB isn't here, so like, send you the dog to see the POB. Sure. A lot of armor. I mean, the armor wouldn't help against the storm unless, like, I mean, that's CB immunity for the storm to begin with, but then I feel like he has to have like a decent amount of conversion. And being CI, he's not taking any chaos damage, so maybe he's converting some to chaos damage as well. I mean, you do have the Bound by Destiny that converts like early damage to chaos, and it works on CI with no downside. This is a really cool looking document. So let me see. So this one is not free share. Oh geez, 0.26 pre-launch. Champion as Scion. You said low budget. Which one is this? Endgame Scion? Is this Scion? This is Molten Strike. This is Smite Ages. So I'm guessing it's this one. On the left. So this guy's low budgets. Oh, that's my POBs. Yeah, that's caused so many divines. Yes, I really like the spreadsheet, by the way. Just want to say it's very well designed. So wait, what is the end game setup for this low budget? Because I see low budget, I just don't see beyond that. Is this the low budget and then this is like mid budget and high budget? Is that how this is? I mean, could have actually, you know, showed it, but that'd be something. Oh, it's an armor stacker. Does he use Transcendence and all of that in the high budget version? I have to assume so. I feel like this is the build that person tried to imitate. The one mirror guy on Reddit that just did everything very like woefully wrong. Because it looks familiar. This tree pathing, this actually no, yeah, this as well. Yeah, this is the tree. This is 100% the tree. Lancing blows on divine shield with a large. Interesting. Can get both of these as well as divine shield for a minion setup if you were trying to get that. And then item wise, we're looking at Melding, Brutal, Watcher's Eye, and then all of these are just introspection cluster jewels. Then we have Dream Feather for the armor stacking. How much armor? 1.3 mil. So not the most amount of armor, but really high up there. So yeah, I do see why this is really tanky. We look at defensive layers. How does he handle phase dots? Does he convert? No, he doesn't convert anything from physical. So how does he handle dots? Does he just not handle it? %, PDR is what it looks like he has. Yeah, he has 20% PDR, and then armor takes care of the rest. So for phase dots, his phase dot max like pool is actually not that insane. Like he can actually die to bleeds and CBs, but he's immune to them, I assume. Saw blades might be the bane of his existence, unironically, on an armor stack. I think that is hilarious about armor stacking. Stuff like saw blades are just generic phase damage over time. Just sees your armor and is like, yeah, don't who cares? Is that all? Okay. And the 20 is from, like, I think endurance charges, right? So that's 4 endurance charges. Yeah, 4 endurance charges. That's it, right? Charisma, anoint. Yeah. Kinda cool. What the fuck was that? Oh. I forgot we're on this character.
What?
I just heard it sound. I'm in town, basically. So let's pause. This one has no way to do damage. Okay. So basically we have to spec into something else. How about this? How about no? What if I just relied on my mercenary to kill them and I just went straight into it? After I level up, of course. After I level them up. This guy might actually be what I'm looking for.
Hey everyone, it's Patch 3.24 Necropolis, and today I want to talk about a strategy that I don't really think many people know about. Today we're going to be talking about pre-map heisting, which is a very potent strategy to get you a little bit of chaos to get you going on whatever build you might want to play at the start of the season.
You want to play Ranger? I want to heist. Primarily, that's what I'm trying to do. I want to heist, and Ranger is my ticket to heisting, pretty much.
Now, this is not Infinite Heist. If you know what Infinite Heist is, that has been unfortunately completely killed. But what this is going to be is a strategy that's going to revolve around buying contracts from the heist vendor every single time you level up, starting in Act 6. And because the heist contract vendor is going to refresh every time you level up, you're going to be able to stockpile somewhere around 30 to 40 contracts, which, if ran right before Kataba, can give you somewhere around 100 raw chaos and can give you quite a lot of additional raw currency, such as fusings, jewelers,
Is that how they do it?
chromes, and pretty much everything else you need to get going in maps without much of a hassle. And the nice thing about the strategy is if you're playing a build that kind of requires a little bit of gear to get going, or might need a specific item to really be able to start off, you can very easily do it, as this strategy would only add about an hour to 2 hours of additional time before you can get yourself going into maps, as you want to before you enter maps. But you could realistically cut your time in here a lot shorter and just do it until you make exactly enough money to be able to get whatever you need, and then just move on to maps and start progressing towards red maps. Now, some examples of this might be...
Have you seen this Ali video on League starting heist? Like
What did you see?
basically from Act 6, She basically says from Act 6, every single time you level up, you you go buy heist contracts. So by the time you get to Act 10 Kitava, you have like a stockpile of like 30-40 maps or contracts you can run before, like straight up. And then running these, of course, you can just do League Star, right? So you can get raw chaoses and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, Roshan does something very simple, very similar.
Yeah, but doesn't he end up buying contracts at some point? Like he stays in heights longer than just the initial one.
Yeah, but not everyone does that. A lot of people just do entry just to get enough currency, enough chaos to buy like some build to find a unique, and then they're out.
Yeah, that's basically what this is saying. Pretty much.
It's more profitable than mapping. Like it's not even like a conversation. No problem.
Maybe I can consider using it. Like it's definitely something I'm thinking about for next league start.
For example, let's say you need a Harem Sorrow because your build is
definitely an option you can take.
until you get
choosing,
it. It might be a good idea to come into Heist.
Especially if you're not going to be hitting red maps that day. Like,
to be able to afford on day one, and then just immediately start either playing your build or have a substantially easier time as you walk into maps. Yeah, the nice thing about this is if you're playing a build that requires around 50 to 100 chaos swap to actually get going, well, this will very easily give you all that money they actually need. And if you are going to do the chaos recipe, for example, which I have a whole guide for, which I'll link in the description below, you can potentially add additional 50 to 100 chaos worth of profit on top of all this, meaning you should have quite a decent amount of money to get you going. So the first thing we should talk about in this strategy is how do we actually get it going? So Heist is not available to you until you get to Act 6. Now, previously, you used to be guaranteed a rogue stash in the first zone in Act 6, but unfortunately, they've removed that to nerf this build a little bit. So the way to get this going is simply just going to be waiting for the first rogue stash to appear, which I would say most often not happens somewhere in Act 6. Or you're going to have to wait until you get yourself a rogue marker drop. Realistically, you don't need many rogue markers to get this going. And if you have a friend that's also doing the strategy and they get themselves a rogue marker drop, you could go ahead and borrow maybe 20-30 rogue markers from them so you can get this going for yourself as well. Once you do manage to get yourself a rogue marker drop, it's going to be very simple to get this going. What you're going to want to do is immediately go to town and then immediately zone into the rogue harbor. Kurai is going to have a quest for you that's going to make you go and talk to every single heist member. And then once you accomplish that, there's going to be a new quest for you to go and talk to Kras, which is then going to give you a contract to run with Daya. Now you're going to want to run this contract immediately as it's going to unlock the heist locker for you. And if you do not have the heist locker unlocked, you could potentially brick yourself by potentially making heist inaccessible if you accidentally put your rogue markers away in your heist locker.
I sent you a
Now,
funny
to actually get the
DM.
strategy going, it's going to be very simple. Every single time.
By the way,
You send me a DM. Let me see.
a funny DM, not just a DM.
Maybe I see one, maybe two raw div on a good map. That map was way more than 3x the amount of. Of course, I've also made over 4 mirrors this league. I'm not fooling around in dog maps. Lol.
Brother is so lost. He's so convinced.
Like
Doesn't matter what you say to that one.
Yeah, like group play is really strong, honestly, with its currency multiplier. But
It's strong. I just think it's funny every time we watch the people do it the most, where they go, "All right, yeah, we made 2 mirrors." It's like, okay, and then you compare that to like a fob, and he's like, "How I made my first 20." He's not splitting with anyone.
yeah, but Fob is a degen. The group players aren't putting in the time that Fob is. That's how he covers the time.
They are though. If anything, wouldn't you calculate that in a different way because they're putting in like together with traders like even more time? Because when people aren't on, they are trading, which is why the traders get the biggest amount of percentages.
I'm saying, what are you talking about? When traders are you talking about like they spend 1 hour farming, it counts as 6 hours because there are 6 people, or what are you talking about?
I'm saying they get bigger stacks for doing less, but isn't that okay since like they put in more as much time as FUB is what I'm saying. Like they literally put in as much time.
I'll put it this way.
Like group players.
If for 100C I make a divine, I just made 120C right now at current economy prices. If for that same 100C you make 6 divines, do you see the profits? They split it 6 ways, but that cost was cut 6 ways and you came out with more. Don't forget the input cost is the same. They're not putting 6 times the cost in to get 6 times the
Are you
reward.
sure they're not?
Pretty sure
They're doing like,
unless you're filling one map every, I don't know, I don't even know, because like unless you're filling every other map, I don't think you're putting 6 times the cost. Think about it. The same 5 scarabs you're using and the same 5 scarabs they'd be using. Same juicing you're using is the same juicing there. Is like basically the cost doesn't scale because they are in a group, but the reward scale. I'm not saying it shouldn't scale. I'm not saying I'm just letting you know that that is part of the profits. Like, yeah, we're making, you're splitting the rewards, but the entry cost was a lot cheaper because you're getting 6 times from the same input. Does that make sense? Like,
I just don't think group players
I'm not saying it's
are
broken.
broken
Like,
with optimized people. Like when I see this person say, "Yo, I've made 4 mirrors," but then you're literally complaining about the twinks they do per map. Like a lot of solo strategies are insanely competitive, especially this league.
I don't know that I'm informed enough to like have a concrete opinion, but I'm just pointing out the fact that
Yeah.
it is strong, and there are reasons why it's strong, and just looking at it objectively, I would say group play is very strong. I don't see how solo play competes. Like the only way solo play competes is if the groups are failing some maps, if they're like actually actively wasting time here and there, but they get to the point of efficiency. This is just not happening. It's they're a what you call it, a SEAL Team 6 squad. They go into a map, they know what they're doing, and they come out. Maybe once every, like, I don't know, every other map set, or like, you know, every 60 maps or something, they might fail one map. But the truth of the matter is, like, just by getting more per input cost, your money is going to grow faster, even if you're making exactly 6 times the amount, or, you know, and splitting it 6 ways.
I guess I'm confused because when you say cost, I think it costs them more to do the maps than it costs FUB. Because
How?
FUB is doing an ambush strategy in T17s day 1. Like day 1, day 2, these people are trying to do Rogue Exile strategies, which demands more from the builds. And so they're also using like the scarabs, the group play type scarabs that are like super, you know, like pricey at the time, right? Because there's barely any of them. And so they're paying more than FUB is paying to to do like an ambush T17. Ambush T17 will just drop you some more currency. They're trying to do rituals with Wildwood, with Rogue Exiles, and they're trying to, like, you know, make T0s drop like crazy or something. Like that. So it costs them more. So I don't think it's actually like an even cost.
What I'm saying is, say, just your scenario. Let's say the FUB gun strat costs a divine map, right? Random number put on my ass. And the group play costs 2 divines a map. Again, random numbers put on my ass. FUB gets 2D in profit in raw drops from his map. They get 12D in raw drops from their map. They split it so everyone gets 2D. FUB still has his, what I say, 2D, right? FUB paid a D to go into the map, so he has a D profit. They paid 2D to go into the map, so their profit is 10D split across 5 people. And again, this is assuming exactly 6x multi, which in reality it's not. For a single player to do the same level of juice that they're doing requires so much more from the build. But they're sick. If they're a 6-man, don't forget this is very juice content, but at the same time these are 6 players. They can handle it on a budget because they have 6 sources of auras. They are 6 players. They have a curse board. Literally they're juicing curse effects so the enemy is taking money. You have an aura bot literally shoving defenses down everybody's throats, as well as offenses. You have a collar giving giga rarity. These are 6 players, don't forget. So you're not getting 6 times the reward. The map inherently is giving you that, but you're getting more than that because of what party play allows you to do with your characters. So like in my hypothetical, you would come up with 12 divines, because that's assuming this is just the multiplier from currency being at play.
Makes sense.
Okay. I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough to have like an insane opinion like, oh, it's overpowered, yada yada, but I think it's very strong, and you shouldn't downplay it in that way, because it is very strong. If it wasn't, they wouldn't do it, but they do.
Sounds good.
Do you disagree?
I'm just gonna take your face value. You actually just don't know enough about it, because I think it's easy to just assume that like an aura bot and a curse bot makes things go fine. But like as someone who's done this, like a lot of group play, that is not the case. I know that's all you're saying.
I know there's a lot of like talking, there's a lot of like communication issues, a lot of things that could go wrong in your map. You could easily waste a map, yada yada. But I'm saying like,
and if you do, it's over. Like one person dying.
I'm aware.
Is huge.
The more you play as a group, the less failures you get, and as you work out your failures, do you disagree?
That isn't as true, because that's not really how the PoE leagues work. Like the reason why, like as a group player, you can see a Snap, like Snap is releasing a video every time, is because the leagues literally like so much changes for the core game a lot of the time, right? Like in terms of like what is the strategy to play and whatever, that it doesn't feel that, like it doesn't actually end up feeling that way.
I'm not saying the more you play across seasons. I'm saying the more you play within the same season. You start off day 1, you all are bound to die as you get used to it again. But as you play with the same people over a day, 2 days, and as you guys upgrade, you would have a decent idea of what we can handle as a group, and how to communicate with these people in a way that leads to success.
They have a point definitely where they're like, okay, like they've gotten enough power and enough other stuff that like, yeah, they're gonna be like chilling relatively, but I think we underestimate how insane the content gets, is my worry. Because I think you say I'm taking it, like, I'm not trying to reduce how big it is, but I think people on the other side of it, like, overinflate how insane it is.
I'm not saying it's the worst thing to happen to the game, or it's insanely, you know. I also know it is very strong.
Yeah. I mean, they're both strong.
And again,
my whole point is they're both strong.
If it wasn't strong, they wouldn't do it.
I mean, they do it because they like it, not necessarily because it's the most profitable. But like, I do hear what you mean.
It depends on the group. Some groups.
The group I'm talking about. I don't know. I can't speak for others, or because that's the comparison we're making. Is they literally say it every time. Like, we're not doing this because it's insane money. We're doing this because we prefer group play.
Yeah. Like for them in particular, sure. But I know there are multiple groups that do it competitively, so they can actually have an advantage in like crafting mirror items and other shit like that. New build, Just the high stuff to break things up. I assume you're in chat, right? Like you can hear me.
What do you mean?
I'm talking to Dave.
Oh.
You level up, Wakano, the contract vendor, is going to fully reset his shop. That means every time you level up, you just want to very quickly go to town, come over to the Rogue Harbor, and very quickly go to him and buy contracts. Now, there's going to be 3 very specific contracts we want to buy. We're going to be looking to buy Demolition, Perception, and Lockpicking contracts. In the description below, there will be a regex that you can copy and paste, which is going to specifically only showcase those contracts to you, make it very simple to actually buy them. Now, these contracts are either going to cost Chance Orbs or Orbs of Alchemy. Now, the Orbs of Alchemy ones are just not worth buying, as you're not going to have that many Orbs of Alchemy, but you should be able to sustain the majority of the Chance Orbs that you actually need to purchase all these.
You choose new build for 300 div or 300 div of kills. What do you mean? Where were we?
And one thing to mention to you as well is that you can always go to a vendor in town and convert any fusings that you get into Chance Orbs. Another thing that I might recommend, if you are not able to sustain the Chance Orbs and the fusings required to keep buying
holy, this chicken is freaking hard.
Actually just go ahead and run 1 or 2 lockpicking contracts ahead of time, as they give you quite a lot of raw currency, meaning you should be able to self-sustain your Chance Orbs and your fusings from that if you do want to make sure you buy everything. Now, this strategy is not going to assume that you're buying every single contract, and I'm going to assume you're going to maybe only be able to buy 60 to 70% of all Demolition, Perception, and Lockpicking contracts, and I'm going to assume that you just don't have enough currency to actually buy everything, but even then, that's completely okay, and even if you have to skip a whole level, that is fine as well. You're still going to end up getting around 30 to 40 contracts by the time you get to Catawba, meaning that you should get quite a lot of money out of this. Speaking of Catawba, we want to run all these contracts specifically before Catawba. You do not want to kill Act 10 Catawba, as it's going to make a massive difference in the amount of total currency to actually get. Not only are you going to have less resistances, meaning you're going to be a little bit squishier, so you might have a little bit of a worse time in here, but specifically because you kill Act 10 Catawba, the game considers you to be in maps now, meaning it's considering you having access to some league mechanics that are only available in maps, such as Metamorph, meaning that some of the chests that normally spawn as question mark chests before you get to maps will instead spawn as
you are really early. No, it's just Saturday.
mechanic they're supposed to. These question mark chests, which are mostly going to be found in Perception, are where the real money actually comes from, because they're trying to spawn as a lead mechanic you currently don't have access to.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Replaces those chests.
I'm currently eating,
which are just loaded with quite a lot of raw
but yeah,
currency.
I'm trying to figure out
Catawba, which we're waiting all the way up to Catawba so you can have all of your
if there's an in between of
probably around 20
a pacifist heist build that has no damage versus, you know, being a non-heist build, and it just looks like there isn't. So I'm thinking I might end up just crafting a good one for my merc, or a decent one for my merc. Crafting a decent one for my kineticist and just letting her at the heist mobs. I think that might just be the play. It looks slow.
Just from having those
what does
versus killing Catawba and doing this after Catawba.
This is a leak starts video, by the way.
Is that because these contracts are going to give you quite a little bit of XP, you're actually going to be able to walk into maps once you're done with the contracts a little bit over leveled, meaning that your first few maps should be substantially easier. So the TLDR gameplay loop of all this is going to be very simple. Get to Act 6, find your first rogue marker drop.
This is
or
a
get
league
few
starts.
rogue markers from a friend. Come over to the rogue
A
harbor,
league starts
unlock
highest
your rogue
guide.
stash,
You're not going to
simply
be
just come over to
2,000
Econo
movement
and
speed on
buy
league starts.
contracts every single time you level using the regex to specifically buy lockpicking, perception, and demolition contracts. If you are struggling to maintain your chance orbs to be
It's
able
not
to
necessarily a
actually
build.
purchase all these contracts, simply go
It's
and
just how
drop
you
your
league. You would
fusings
league
and
start
chance orbs
heist.
at the vendor, or do a few lockpicking contracts to get yourself a few fusings and chance orbs to keep being able to buy them. Once you get yourself to Acton Katava, come to the Rogue Harbor and run all these contracts to get yourself all the loot. And then once you have your loots, purchase whatever you need for a build, go kill Acton Katava and move on to mapping. The next thing we should talk about is how to actually run these contracts. They're going to be very simple. Once you go into a specific contract, you're going to see a multitude of small chests all over the area, as well as a few big chests on your minimap. You're going to be able to see the icon next to big chest so you know what kind of loots they're supposed to give you. And then at the end of the area, there's going to be a piece of big loots that you're going to be able to steal. All you're going to want to do is simply click on all the small chests as you progress all the way to the end of the zone, and then you're going to want to steal the big loot at the end before making your way back. Now, at the end of these vaults, there's going to be 2 saves in each zone. These saves, in my opinion, are really worth opening as they can give you a Chaos Orb, I would say around 20 to 30% of the time, making them actually give you a decent amount of profit. Ideally, you're going to want to make sure your alert level is going to be as close to full without going over, and what you could possibly do to get a little bit more loot is to steal 1 or 2 chests, trigger the lockdown, and then immediately rush to the end to steal the big loot before running out. You're going to have to steal the big loots because you can vendor it to Econo to get more rogue markers, and you're going to need these rogue markers because it costs you rogue markers to actually start each contract. What I'd personally recommend is for about the first 2/3 of the contracts that you're going to run to actually go and steal the big item at the end, so you build up a big stockpile of rogue markers. And then for the last third of the contracts that you have, just simply go and loot a bunch of chests, trigger lockdown, and then just walk out. You're going to have so many rogue markers, they're not going to care that you're not self-sustaining them by stealing the big loots. That's going to be completely fine because it should give you enough markers to be able to get through the rest of the contracts without running out of markers. The final thing to mention here is going to be the big chests. Now, every single time you see a big chest on the map with a question mark, you always want to make sure you loot it. This is going to give you a large amount of raw currency every single time you open it, and they're going to be the bread and butter of where most of the currency is going to come from. I would focus on any sort of currency chest that you see. And lastly, I would highly recommend to prioritize the jewelry chests if you're doing this with the Chaos Recipe in mind as well.
You
as
what
that's going
chest?
to be the majority of the jewelry for your Chaos Recipe.
Oh,
which is
jewelry.
typically the bottleneck to be able to do more of them. So one thing that might make this a little bit faster for you as well is to actually run the contracts in a very specific order. So out of the 3 contracts that we have, demolition is by far the slowest one. And that is simply due to the fact that you have to wait for Tibbs to walk up to the door and blow it up, and just really slow in comparison to Crass opening doors for lockpicking and perception. Because of this, I would recommend to run these as your last third, just so you can use all those rogue markers that you stacked up to be able to start the contract, lose all the different chests, trigger lockdown, and just walk out. A beautiful thing about Tibbs is he can open a free chest after lockdown is triggered,
All right.
meaning you could just leave.
Done
the
eating?
chest
Give me a
attached to
second and I
open,
shall be
but
back.
running all the way to the end and then
All right, I am back. All right, where's this POB? Let's start. What do we need? We need a Queen of the Forest, a well-road Widow Hill, and a well-road Rearguard. Why warped timepiece? Instead of, because of move speed versus having Defiance? Let me see. What do high budget setups look like?
The jewel, you can also get the
I was kind of hoping to use Tides of Time and not Mage Blood instead. I just want to watch his eye with Phase DR, Chaos Res, and Spell Block. That's the one on the Discipline, right? So now I can drop Tempest Shield. Oh, you're welcome. That's a really good Watcher's Eye. Sheesh. Congrats. I think this is what I would like to get. The difference is this guy has to get some flask scaling for Tides of Time. But with the Tides of Time, I don't have to take the Mage Blood from my other character. So we're kind of going to have to find an in-between. Like this one. There's Discipline. Yeah, and that's really good because you actually run Discipline yourself. All right, so this has 700 movement speed. Where is all that movement speed coming from? Let's see. The biggest sources, Flask, obviously. And Mage Blood is just going to be better than the Tides of Time, isn't it? Thanks to the increased effects. Like, just straight up, there's no competing with it. I guess what I could do is I could just pass the belt on between characters. That's what I could do. Their flasks would have to be independent of each other though. In which case I can actually just follow this setup. How about a no for the voices and the FNF? Anything here that's on the more expensive side, I'm just going to axe. So Tides of Time is a no. Voices is a no. This could be decent. Alchemist Genius. So we're going to have a regular cluster jewel. Here we'll have the medium cluster for flask effect. Watcher's Eye, phasing, haste is going to be important. Movement speed, grace also going to be nice to have, but I'm not going to break the bank for it. The question is, can I spend 20D on something decent? Yeah. What is the block chance he has? He doesn't have block chance. That's, I think, my biggest problem with this setup. It's the lack of block chance. Because in the ideal universe, I would have block chance. That said, this one does have really nice max hits. Now let's compare that. Oh, let's look at this. Let's actually look at this a bit more in detail because I actually haven't opened this guy up. Life, tides of time, and then a whole bunch of other shit. The fuck is this? What is an EFWE? This has a mage blood, which is fine. Void Sphere, Frost Wall, Decoy Totem, Enduring Cry, Urgent Orders. Why Enduring Cry? Holy, why? Wait, what? Because it's no Claw Sigil for Enduring Composure? I would rather spend 3 points there.
Hey, Ro, I'm actually about to head out for my sister's birthday dinner. Because she thought she scheduled it for 6 guys. But apparently it's for 5, and it's 4:52.
Oh, 7.
So we're gonna be running out. I thought I have more time.
Good luck.
Thank you. I will see you tomorrow.
Oh, I see you tomorrow.
Unnatural Instinct is a divine, so like that's not a big deal. We have Evasion Life, Spell Suppress. So it's max block, not quite max spell block. But it's max Spell Suppress, which is good. Extra suppressed damage. What is Pure Talent? 7% increased movement speed. Why not just cut this out on it? I feel like you cut this out, maybe take this point away. You can fit in an Enduring Composure, and now you don't need Enduring Cry. It's like, why on earth would I want to use Enduring Cry as a source of endurance charges on a Heister? Like that kind of doesn't compute for me. All right, let's see what is priority for. Let's start with items. Let's just start getting stuff we can. Let's put together this. We need a good Widow Hill first and foremost. And we have the Mage Blood. What do the flasks look like? Is the Life Flask naturally? Fourth Ascendancy is increased effect of flasks, which, you know, is just good to have. So this for flash charges gained and this for flash charges gained. I assume this is just for the Life Flask. That's the only person that cares about the flash charges gained. What is the most optional area here. They're all pretty important, but I'm level 60 something, so I need to cut out like 30 points. So also, why the fuck is the pathing like this? I assume this is so Transcendent Spirit has... No. This is for the unnatural instinct here, so you can get... What bonuses are we getting from unnatural instinct here? Pass speed, movement speed, so 9% movement speed. That's also this gets cut out. I think this section gets cut out as well. We're gonna get the Watcher's Eye because it's our source of phasing, but this gets cut out. Then flask wise, we have Quicksilver or avoid stun. 50% is not enough to be stun immune. We need at least a 52%, but we do have this. We need a silver flask with early res. I mean, that's fine. We have early res. We have a jade flask as well, but jade will increase armor and granite will increase move speed. So basically the suffixes are movement speed, armor, res, and stun. The res is very needed because cold res is struggling, but it has pretty decent armor. As well as pretty good evade chance. Okay. The most expensive is going to be this guy. Oh wait, this doesn't have phasing? Where the fuck are you getting phasing from? Am I missing something? Blind enemies on hits with grace. Why the fuck are you blinding enemies and not phasing? Quicksilver, silver, jade, granite. There is no quartz. Watcher's Eye doesn't have phasing. So where do you get your phasing from? If you have phasing, do you have phasing? Queen of the Forests, Devotos, Devotion, still no phasing. Widow Hill, Rear Guard, Replica Car Reward, Freedom of Movement. Freedom of Movement is evasion while phasing, movement speed while phasing. So where the fuck are you getting phasing from, my dude? The Highwayman. Steel charges on hits. Total recovery per second from life leech is doubled. And then 1% of damage is leech as life. There's leech as well. Yeah, I have no idea if I'm blind or something. Like, I have zero idea where he's getting phasing from. I can't see it. Unless he forgot phasing. Which would be very, very interesting thing to forget on a heist runner. But I want to believe I'm just not seeing it.
No Watchers Eye. Send me POB if you have it. Like, maybe I'll find it.
Alright. It's not there's no Watcher's Eye and there's no quartz. So like it's throwing me for a loop. Sent it to you.
No. Let's see.
Cause like left to meet, I'd go Watcher's Eye phasing, and that's it. Unless I can afford a movement speed grease with it, but that'll be expensive.
Withering Step. I think, right? No. Withering Step isn't phasing, right?
His run is, but that means you're not allowed to do anything in the run.
Well,
And
what would you do anyway?
like
you
when you activate,
most of the time you're not pressing buttons and it's on automation.
yeah, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
When you do like phase run and you get to a door, you're going to have your mercenary do the thing and you might drop a void sphere. If you do this, you break it and you have to wait for the cooldown. Now its cooldown is this affected by quality? No, movement speed is affected by quality, so its cooldown is static.
Honestly, in terms of like the most important mod on the watches isn't fucking like ignore the movement speed, ignore the blind especially. It's just like
Phasing on
haste.
haste.
If you want to get a one mod, you just get phasing done.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Yeah.
I think it's very awkward to rely on phase run for it.
I mean, let's see. Maybe I'll find something else, but yeah. I'm surprised. Phase. So there is phasing on the. No. Oh, wait. No, he doesn't. Annoyed? No, he doesn't. No, he annoys. Movement speed while phasing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Phasing up time is sorta. Yeah, not ideal. I agree. I definitely agree with that.
Like I kept looking for it because I felt like there had to be something I was missing. But like Watches, I was a no flat. I'm like, my dude, where are you getting phasing from?
He isn't. Yeah.
So if I okay, enemy blinded is not ticked, so that means I can. The evasion is without that, which is kind of chill. Honestly, this is a cheap enough setup. If I just switch your Watcher's Eye,
yeah,
I feel like I would.
I mean, yeah, just get phasing, and the rest shouldn't be that expensive, right?
Another thing another problem I have with that POB is endurance charge. He uses enduring cry, which is I'm not a big fan. So I'll have to ship some points for enduring composure because that's a block.
Yeah,
that's block, right? The block.
Yeah.
Block, spell suppress.
I crafted some really nice gear.
Link.
Also talking. So this is what I decided to settle on with my ring.
Okay, let's see. Great
multi. I haven't crafted at all. I just decided to keep it this way, but
I mean that's a nice ring.
Yeah, it is, and this is the rest.
Helmets. Plus one power charge everywhere.
For 20 gives. I decided to not mess with it. These stats are fine. Life Region is nice. I go Zealot's Oath.
That is nice. So you're not going to mess with the suffixes?
Yeah, Life Region is good. Some res is nice.
Okay.
I need some decks. And
then
is good because I want ES.
Yeah.
Like there isn't that much better that I could do. I mean, yeah.
Well, those are pretty good. Gloves, the chest, let's see. Fractured global defense, Twilight Regalia, holy.
Yeah.
Man splurge on this.
Were not intended this way, actually. I didn't plan for those. I just rolled into them and decided to just keep them.
You get Zealot's Oath, right? So the region is you get Zealot's Oath, right?
Yeah, of course, Zealot's Oath. I mean, so the POB, I mean, I have 20 KES, but I still I have 1.6 KES per second passively besides Leech. Increase
cooldown recovery rate. I'm sure that is for your cast on crit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Increase effect of Tailwind.
Yeah. I woke up into the boots like that and decided to just not mess with them if I want better ones, like more ES potentially. Or better movement speed.
Wait, you woke up into this?
Yeah. I mean, I checked my beast hit lock.
Yeah. How many beasts did it take?
Attempts, I think. That was, I think, 9 attempts.
That is insane. That is really strong. GT. Like I think that's something you sit on that life, like the movement speed, because like 24% is still decent. Like it's just 6% you're missing, and like
yeah, no, what's mostly like what would be ideal would be of course double ES.
yeah. It's just a gamble, right? To craft these on on influence basis.
Yeah, and
because it has life, it's more like it can sell a lot easier because two different builds can use it,
I
or
mean,
two different archetypes.
For life-based builds, they don't really want this base. They would go with like fugitive boots or two-toned.
Why fugitive? Because evasion. Oh, implicit. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it's influence, so you wouldn't replace the implicit. So yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, clusters.
Doesn't that mean I should consider that on my next build as well?
Yeah. Clusters, I couldn't be bothered to craft them. I spent 160 divs, no, 150 divs on clusters today, on 3.
Early res fracture, increased effects, int ES. Damn. Attributes ES, all res effects. You bought these like this, right?
Yeah. I am one of the. So the last one, the Armageddon Creed, was 65. One I bought for 45, one for 40.
Sheesh.
Should have bought the last one earlier today. Like prices went up now in the evening. Oh, also, the weapon was I bought the base, a non-fractured base, a 4 mod with 108 spell damage for 50 chaos. I had one fracturing orb in the dream.
Yep. One fracturing orb in the dream.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah. What would have been even better, like a little bit, not much, would be a synth base with spell DD. And then like.
So you crafted suffixes, then reforged chaos until spell skill?
Yeah, exactly. It's a 1 in 4 on the reforge because like reforge chaos, like there isn't much.
Yeah.
It's just flat chaos and the level. So yeah.
Isn't there flat chaos and flat chaos to spells, or there's no to spells?
No, there is no flat to spells. There isn't.
Okay.
So that's one of the nice things for like cast on crit forbidden, right? If you make a rune daggers, it's a 1 in 4 on the reforge chaos.
That's cool.
Or if you go, I think to item level, what is it? I think 82 or lower, it's guaranteed.
But then you lose out on other T1 mods.
No, you don't.
Oh, is this level 82?
Yeah.
Or is it 85?
Let's see. The crit multi. So the crit and crit multi don't need that much item level. That's the thing.
Heist, what heinous crime did you commit to get this kind of? I don't know. I just felt like I wanted to create a heister, and here we are.
Heist is fun.
You
will enjoy Heist. I can tell you.
Like I just felt like I wanted to make a heister. I want to experience Heist this season. I just haven't played Heist seriously in past seasons and all, so I was just like, you know what? Why not? So I created a new character, or I loaded a ranger.
You'll have a good time. Heist is fun.
Yeah, I do need to gear the character up, which is like.
I mean, if you look at this POB, like.
Yeah, it's relatively
there's
cheap.
Nothing there that's like. I mean, a 250 Widow Hail. Well, you go like a couple % down, and suddenly it's like dirt cheap.
I think I always find it fascinating just how quick.
Maybe.
Just how quick Widow Hail drops in value. Like 250 is 11 divines, 240 is suddenly 100 C.
Yeah, wait, 11 divines for a max roll isn't even that much. I'm surprised that it's that cheap. I guess it's not meta.
So these are corrupted. Do I want to bother with the corrupted? I guess I could. It doesn't. Let me see the links. Is this something where? Oh God. There's so many blues. This doesn't have any requirements actually, now that I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
3 blues, 1. Why does he use whites? 2 blues, 1 green. Why white sockets? I assume there are no gem swaps, right?
Why would that be?
Yeah, I'm just wondering because like the POB actually has white sockets for Widow Hill.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something I can easily get. There's no dex requirement, so like I'm just as likely to get blue as I am to get green. So getting corrupted, what do I think? I feel like I should get uncorrupted just to be safe. But with corrupted, it's way easier to 6 link. Do they need to be linked? I assume so. Yeah, they do. I'll just spam 1 blue until I get this. What's the worst that could happen? Famous last words.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I can just get it for a divine. All right. Still corrupted, but that's just because corrupted is easier to 6 link. Ishaelis, have you played around with heists? Or is it just not your speed? Thank you very much. All right, let's do this. Or linked. All right, let's buy some more. Or linked. There. And now I just need this to have multiple blues, shall we? Looking for a minimum of 3 blues if I remember correctly. And then I get 5 blues. If one of you was green, life or red, life would have been easy. I need 1 green, 1 red. This is 2 green. One green, 1 red, my dude. So close. I've been getting 2 greens, 1 red. It's kind of comical. How close it's getting to what I need. But it just doesn't wanna. I just socket trick this. It can't be. Come on. I'm going to run out of Valobs doing this, aren't I? 2 green, 1 freaking red again. At this point in time, I almost feel like I should just socket trick it. Screw the 6 link. How many Valobs do I have? If I run out, I'm going to keep doing 1 blue. If I run out of Valorbs, I will buy some more and then I'll socket trick it. Like, this is ridiculous. You could have been 1 green, 1 red, you know. I mean, pun intended when I set up to your speed, right? And barely, I think about getting the trinket slot sometimes, and I remember I need to level the goons and can't be asked. Yeah, at least you remember how to get a trinket slot. I completely forgot. I think you just have to pick up a trinket, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, you need to pick up a trinket.
There.
I mean, you can buy one and it immediately unlocks.
Yeah. I only use all my Valorbs for that. I only have 77 left. Sure, it took way more than it was worth. But okay. Next up, let's get rear guard. I'm assuming this is corrupted with phase 2 attacks. Why phase 2 attacks? You can buy one. What you need to do, grind has. I think you can just buy one. Like, all you need to do is have all you need to do is have it, and your slot unlocks. As for grand heists, maybe I plan on doing grand heist for it, but I don't know. Wait, so why is this corrupted if it's the base implicit that it has? Oh, it's not corrupted. It didn't go for corrupted implicits. I'm just blind. We'll go for a max roll, shall we? 24-15. How much is this going for? 3 divines. He's overcapped on some AD blocks. I'm going to take this down like 2 points. This is all 22%. First 23 is a divine. So yeah, we're just going to stick with something like this. Find someone who looks like they're more likely to actually trade, not miss that 23 days, 24 days over there. Wasn't there a thing you interact with in the treasure room that unlocks it? Not that I'm aware of. Thank you. In the same vein, don't you get... Oh, this is corrupted. I was going to say, can't you just get a Widow Hail and use AoE corrupted? AoE implicits from Harvest. And you can, but not corrupted, of course. But it is most definitely an option that is available. Do I have a free tab? Not quite free. I was going to disenchant this, but like I think this is fine. Okay, oh, these guys can go here. I'm going to need to buy mage blood flasks as well. We'll leave the flask for last, I think. But we are going to dump them here just so nothing is altering my experience with like res or anything like that. All right, we have these two. The Thieves Trinket slot is now unlocked when you first pick up a Thieves Trinket on that character rather than in Underbelly or Smuggler's Den Blueprint. I'm not crazy hype. Yeah. So that's an affliction change. 3.23, yeah. Interesting. Well, the good news is I hadn't done any highs before then. I was too new. I don't think I knew the slot existed, so I wouldn't have had any idea. All right, what's next? Devoto's Devotion with reservation. That ought to be expensive.
Probably not the cheapest with RMR because all the heist runners want one.
Exactly. So that's probably not cheap at all. But let's check. Let's see the price.
I mean, at least you're
90
with all the Sanctum runners now.
So it's 90, which means instead of that, I want to make do with. Well, I'm going to drop Enduring Cry, so I free up 2 spaces. So that means in my helmets, with all my auras, where he had 90% reservation and an Enlighten. He can't use Withering Step. Why does he need Withering Step? For Elusive? Doesn't Phase Run already grant Elusive?
I think it doesn't give elusive, it gives
Stealth.
Phasing, right?
It gives phasing and it gives stealth.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes you harder to detect.
But also, I don't know this, but Phase Run and Withering Step, I wouldn't be surprised if they share cooldown.
They do. They're both travel skills, so I don't get it.
Yeah.
I do not get it. What if you get an 80% reservation one instead? I mean, if you get an 80%, then you definitely need the enlighten and stuff like that. But I don't want to spend like 40D on this character or anything like that. I want to spend the bare minimum. So that means if I want to get the same reservation efficiency, I'm going to need to play around with it. How can I do it? I could use small cluster jewels because like I plan on having a cluster jewel anyways. So it could be an enduring composure megalomaniac angle on one end, and then a reservation small cluster on the second end, or you know, any mix of those three, and then just get like haste, grace, or determination, reservation efficiency would all work. I think those would work. I'm going to have haste from my merc, so I think I can just, as I start, I don't need to have haste, and then later on I will try to fit haste when I have more levels. I think that's a smart thing to do, because I don't have a determ or a grace merc, but I do have a haste merc, and then of course I can keep Val haste if I really need to. What's this? Nearby enemies have malediction. My funny devoto. Lol. Do I have a devoto to corrupt? No, I do not. I wonder if I just never picked one up. All right, so let's turn this off. Then we're going to just prioritize. Oh, movement speed doesn't even have a row. I guess we prioritize chaos res. Uncorrupted, of course, because if I wanted corrupted, I would have just gotten corrupted with an actual implicit that helps. I think this is 7 days ago is the only problem. I'll shoot my shot with this and see if he, you know, invites me. Nice. What's next? Thank you. Now he goes replica reward for the movement speed, I assume, and then corrupted for movement speed and has freedom of movement. That is fine, but I'm personally thinking Defiance. What do you think?
Defiance is chill.
Let's see. Freedom of movement is... Does he have phasing in here? Yeah, he does. If I remove replica reward, he drops 30-ish% move speed, which is, I mean, a decent amount of move speed, 100%.
Wait, do you still have titanium spirit shield?
Yeah, I dropped some yesterday.
What do you have?
I have 4.
I would hop over and grab them if you don't mind.
Sure.
I need a bunch.
Heist does damage. Yes, Heist does damage, especially if you're trying to run over traps, which I very much would like to.
Yeah, running over lasers and also from counterthermagy, the fields. Like, if you can't run over those, kind of obnoxious.
Yeah, I want you to ignore it basically. So that would be a Defiance of Destiny. And I'll still take maybe not freedom of movement, but maybe freedom of movement since I plan to have phasing anyways. Wait, no, I have a kineticist and that chick likes to stay in the back when there's anything to kill. So if I'm going to be reliant on my haste for phasing, I'm going to need to run it myself. I think it's a drop determination angle, to be honest, at that point, which is unfortunate. No, I'm going to try to work with 3 of them with cluster drills. We'll see. I'll cut some shit out. I will cross that bridge when I get to it. And worst case scenario, I just have to anoint sovereignty as well as do some other finagling. So we have the helmets, Queen of the Forests. Queen of the Forests.
Could even get one with like reduce crit taken or something if you wanna.
Do they crit in Heist?
I don't know, but so thing is, like besides traps, like if you're not like tanky, like stuff can hurt from time to time, like but like the likelihood that something will kill you is fairly low, but do not underestimate it. The packs, like sometimes they will hit you surprisingly hard.
Yeah.
Especially like when you open a door and there's usually like a pack waiting. That can hurt. Though I mean you build like towards a lot of avoidance, so like that isn't that scary. I mean if it's like 10 divs I wouldn't bother, but I mean like if it's cheap, why not?
I wish I could pin this. I don't think I can. His res rolls are not bad at all. Sure, let's go for this guy.
Gave me some good bases. They all already rolled either block or tier 1 spell damage.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I had not much luck lately. Also, like each recomp, like I lose my block. And I was very smart and sold a shield again. Now I don't have one. It's the last piece I'm missing. So I need to make another shield.
07.
Yeah. Like the classic cell phone, huh? Well.
I heard there was a beastcraft for like safe corrupting. Did they remove that? Because like I checked beastcrafting page and I couldn't find it.
So no, I don't know exactly. So the beastcraft that it used to do, like what it used to do was it would corrupt the item, but like not unpredictable, and set the quality to 30. I know that they changed
they removed that and made it maps quality. So yeah, okay, so it's gone.
Okay. Yeah. Shame.
Yeah, because like I was looking for the idea. I was like, wait, what? Which of these recipes is supposed to be that guy?
Surely I'll hit like. Oh, okay. Those are prefixes.
Is this guy going to answer or not? I guess the answer is no, eh? Yep. All right.
2 more attempts at getting prefixes done.
Thank you. We'll figure out this 6 link later on. How much is a well-rolled Defiance of Destiny? Is the next question. Don't forget to quality it up. Yeah. Actually, I should do it before I forget.
And I lost my block prefixes again. All of them. How I love this.
07. You know, Queen of the Forest actually has some pretty decent in-game. Like, it looks pretty decent in-game.
Yeah. It's not like but ugly.
Yeah, like, because like you see some of them and you just know, like, god damn.
Yeah.
Times were rough before. But yeah, I recently put on some pieces of armor and I'm like, yeah, doesn't actually look that bad. A good example of that is Chains of Command, the focus on my other build. Actually doesn't look bad in game. I was very pleasantly surprised.
Huh?
So a max roll, what is an 18% for AD? I think I can just start with that guy. Not max roll, but how much is a max roll? Wait, his is not max roll, it's already qualityed. 20, 0 quality. Okay, so a 20 is really expensive. $18 is 12D. How much am I willing to spend on a well-rolled Defiance? I don't want to go too low, and a Defiance is one of those things where I can see myself using it in other builds, so I actually don't mind spending a lot more on it as a result. 16 is 90, 17 is 90. If I can get this 17 for 90, then sure. All right, 90 it is. Thank you. I'll figure out my anoint later on. Like I said, it's probably going to be a sovereignty angle, but we shall see. So that's the amulets. While we're at it, let's actually convert some chaos to divines. Brother in Christ, why would you give me this ratio? It gave me a ratio that when I used, just sold 1 and gave me change. And I'm like, yo, what is wrong with you? Why would you give me that ratio? Pulses be bugging sometimes. All right. So what's next? Amulet is done. This is for Legion. The Highwayman. Still charges on hits. Life recovery per second from Leech is doubled. How much damage is he even doing with his Void Sphere Frostwall that he cares about Leech? Or is this just to steal charges? This also has determination effects. Is this worth at all? Where's the other build? Movement speed. Fair, it does have 11% movement speed. But I'd rather have less movement speed and not capped chaos res. So I guess the question would be, how easy is it to cap chaos res? And the simple answer is not that easy. Strength, fire res. Isn't that a dead suffix right there? Strength and int. The gain life, I think, is a suffix, right? Crafted prefix life and then something. I guess it's not dead since it's not a medium build, right? So technically can. Then a mage blood, which will carry out dexterity and strength. So let's switch the mage blood over, shall we? I need to remember to switch back when I'm switching characters. And I was going to jump off before I saw your heist plan. Have fun in jail. Thank you. I mean, I still have my map clearer, so whenever I'm tired of heisting, I'm just going to switch. That's kind of the current plan. You know, one thing I really appreciate about Chains of Command is that I can unequip shit, not really care that I don't have the required attributes or whatever, because I mean, I can always read some of my anime guardian. It's no big deal. I think I really like that. Where is an M setup here? I want to just see this POB. What does he do for rings? The reason I didn't go for this guy or for this POB is I wasn't the biggest fan of not having block. I think block is important. And going for Peripetia, I don't know how this shield really helps in highs. Like lightning ages, sure, for lightning based traps, but with only relying on spell suppress, I don't know. I don't know. What are your rings? Both rare rings. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Brutal restraint with movement speed here is not a bad idea. What do I get? What does this POB give? Transcendent spirits. Reduce move speed per dexterity. So he tattoos these dex nodes so that they are in dexterity and they do not negatively impact this setup, which is not a bad idea, to be honest. Going all this way to anoint this guy is kind of interesting though. All right. We now just need to buy transcendent spirits. 3 of them. and the Watcher's Eye with phasing haste. So let's start with the Watcher's Eye, shall we? Because that's what I would think is the most expensive. Phasing haste. I can't get movement speed grease with it because I mean that's what all heist runners want, right? I'll price check it.
Yeah. The thing is, you can hit so much movement speed that it starts to feel awkward.
No, but like I'm already cutting areas where movement speed is
How much movement speed will you are you looking at about?
That POB had 600 and something.
Yeah.
So and I'm cutting a bit, so I'll probably end up at like 450 to 550.
Yeah.
Like,
so in my experience, at least at 400 plus, it can start feeling a bit awkward because it gets a bit more difficult to control your character.
and I'm personally not even used to the heist layout already, so it'll be a learning curve.
Oh yeah, you will bump into everything for like a couple days probably.
Yeah. I think it's fine. I'll figure it out over time.
Oh, definitely. Like, the fastest character I've played in terms of movement speed was a self-chill old rage Deadeye, and that was like close to 650, and yeah, you're not very precise with your movement anymore.
Yeah. 650 sounds like an interesting amount of move speed.
Oh, it's fun. Like, if you just blast everything, I mean, that was Tornado Shot, and you just go and nothing lives ever on your screen.
Why did he get regen life equal to... Okay, this is over 4 seconds, but why does he need this when he has this guy already? I don't know. In any case, I'm probably going to cut out this entire area, cut here out as well, and use the points here. So let's see, we're going to do that. Is Alchemist Genius important, or is...
It's flask effect.
Yeah, so it is nice to have.
So it's more movement speed. I assume you go both Quicksilver and Silver, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is a lot of movement speed.
Okay, so I will go Alchemist. All right, so this is what I'm thinking. We need an 8 passive.
How are you triggering Alchemist Genius?
Cluster Jewel. I haven't read the Cluster Jewel yet, so I'm not sure yet.
Because I think that's just chance when you use a flask, but if you...
Yes, when you use it, it's the node spike concoction says gain Alchemist Genius when you use a flask, and I have a life flask Pathfinder, so
yeah, okay, that is something you can do, I guess.
Yeah, I have a hotkey this thing to where I'll just set it up so it presses 1 every however long my flask lasts. The only problem is I'll have to POB my character to see how long it actually lasts.
Yeah,
I guess it will show in game, won't it? I feel like it
honestly,
does.
that is some proper...
I already use it for since I already use Abyss for, or I use hotkey for Abyss to trigger the chat. So like, instead of it proccing every 100 milliseconds, it will be like every 6 minutes, 6 seconds. Actually, about every like 10 seconds or something. But we'll see. I just adjust my POB to have. Let's do this. Turn this into an 8 passive. I guess bow damage. What do we have available to us? Okay, so none of these is actually what I would like, because I don't care about damage. So we're just going to do life and evasion, I guess. Is there movement speed anywhere? Nope. Maybe stats, but yeah. Life evasion, put that there. Send these two. Get a medium cluster. Flasks. Flask duration, life and mana recovery from flask. Maybe this. Spiked concoction is what I would need. And then highly distilled perfection and spiked concoction. Either that or I go a megalomaniac. I would rather medium, I think, because that allows me to have some extra smalls. But let's see what I can fit in first. So spike concoction is important. Pure talent, I don't know if it's important, but we'll see. I think I said take this out. I kind of don't want to take this out because it's a lot of life here, as well as armor EV. So this is something I would want eventually. This is also very important for my current character. And the suppress, well, I'm sure it to be needed. So Alchemist Genius check. I feel like there was something else. Enduring Composure. So I guess the question is, this isn't a Watcher's Eye. Well, Alchemist. No, Spiked Concoction rather. And enduring. $8D for the only one online. How do I do this? I think I definitely go for a medium cluster. I don't think there's any, aside enduring composure, which I can get here or here. I think there's a reason for me to not go medium cluster. So I'm just not going to use the megalo.
Also, enduring composure will probably only do so much for you because, like, you go pretty heavy on the evasion block, so
I just
you're not even
like
getting hit much.
yeah, exactly. But I would rather have that in case like hits coming, because like it generates for 4 seconds and then you have them like you have those charges for 10, and if you get hit in that time,
that is not something I would honestly think about much because, like, most of the time you'll run past them at a insane speed.
could it help with the traps though? But I don't think we know what damage the traps do.
The thing is, for the most part, like, okay, you generate 1 every second, yeah, but how long does it take you to run through a through a trap? Like half a second?
Yeah, but if you get to another trap in that time, because you for 4 seconds you're generating, then after those 4 seconds the timer goes off, so that's 10 seconds. So if in that time you run through another trap,
not something I would honestly think about much.
So just drop the idea of endurance charge. Like, I don't mind it either way, because like he just has enduring cry and I don't use enduring cry.
If they come to you like for nothing, sure, but like I wouldn't, like, when hit, you're not getting hit much in heist. Like, especially if you go with like this heist setup, like, just not going to happen. Like, sure, you'll take a hit here and there, but like through a whole like wing, like, how many hits are you going to take? Like 3, maybe? It really depends, but not much.
They're just not worth it.
No, it's just like, if you like have them, if you have something like min endurance, sure, like that's nice, that's really nice, but I wouldn't, like, that kind of generation is way too unreliable to bother with.
Yeah. I woke my dog, fell flat on my face. Oh shit. Sounds like it's definitely one of those nights, eh? Definitely one of those nights. You good though? Are you good? I just don't want to have to press enduring cry, but I guess it's not as big of a deal. Would rather not, but like, it's fine. What am I? Okay, I guess the question should be, are you relatively good? Good compared to your default states. And that is always a positive. I guess we're going to have the enduring cry and we're just going to see how it feels, and if I don't like it, then I won't press it. All right, so with that being said, I either go distilled. What does ego? Peak vigor, which is life recovery from flask, and increased max life. Increased max life is actually something I'm looking for right now. Any excuse I can to have one, I kind of want it, so let's actually take that. As much as I would like the flask effect duration, it doesn't matter much to me. Do you not have it? Oh no. This is the wrong flask type, isn't it? This is flask effect duration. Okay. Flask duration. Peak vigor. All right. I can live with that. And then I have to go back to the I have to do the bandits thing to get Creighton's boosts. Is something else to note. How much is Creighton's boost again? 8%. Not bad. I'll put his pure talent in here just because I haven't figured out quite what I wanted to do yet. But like I think this is overkill and I'm not going to bother taking it. If Watcher's Eye goes here, then I really can just drop this entire section. This puts us at level 88, something to work towards. Right now, our bare minimum for the skill tree would be picking up this, trying to fit our auras, and that is what I remember needing. Introspection, or reservation. So let's start out with getting irregular devotos on this POB. That puts that there. So now our mana is kind of off. Then we're going to take the small cluster Joe. Get reservation efficiency. Where are the different bonuses? I feel like I want haste. Grace is all early res, which is not bad. Sublime form. Frantic aspect. Debuffs expire quicker. Do I care about debuffs in heists? Because if not, then Grace is just the best with early res. Literally all I need. Put that there. That solves mana even without anointing anything like this. Okay, cool. All right, so we can do something like this. And again, this guy, I don't know what to do with you. What jewels does this other POB have? I know there's an F and F. I don't really care for it. Transcendent spirits. I guess I could brutal restraint as well. Increase flash recovery rate. Isn't that not what PFs typically want?
Well,
you want to reduce flash recovery rates.
One of those PFs who constantly presses their life flask, yeah, that is okay.
Oh, he doesn't go for it.
So yeah, I don't bother.
But he just presses it when he runs over the trap, I assume.
Yeah. The thing is, like, these kind of setups usually, like, when you go for flask nodes, like, or the flask passives, like, you will already pick up a bunch of that.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to have to pick up a lot of these different life nodes later on, which means we'll be squishier. But like, let's try to get. It's even worth trying. We're level 63 though, so kineticist.
Get on. Never could stay away from the death trades for long.
Yeah, going to ignore Kitava?
Yeah. I thought about killing for the 2 extra passive points, and I probably should eventually. But this, I just figured, there's no rush.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, I'll just get my mercenary to kill him. I'm too low to use Devoto's devotion. Lol. All right. Those are, I guess we said highwayman for the rings, right? But I also said I wanted to get Captain Res. And if this was standing between me and capping my res, then I didn't want to use this. But his rings also don't seem to be the greatest. So like he can probably fit in Chaos Res in here. Because I only see two suffixes, which is Fire Res and Strength Int. I don't think Gain Life is a suffix. Actually, it probably is, which means it's a dead suffix, more or less.
Yeah, should be suffix.
Light of Meaning. Sheesh. Yes. GG.
That's a lot of money.
122, 123D.
Jesus, I see that. I mean,
that is insane.
I bought mine for like 69 or 68 or something. I was already annoyed that I didn't buy them when they were 40, which was like less than a week before that.
That is wild. Pays for more keys. Lol. Surely Mageblood this time, right? Transcendent Spirits. Let's get that. Oh, by the way, I don't know if yeah, I did. Okay. Had one 3 days into the league and sold it for 5D. Yeah, that's if I get ES. Yeah, like if you ever get ES, it's worth holding on to. So 5, yeah, it's worth holding on to.
Yeah.
5D is like, way too low for it.
The thing is, like, ES builds are not that like popular or strong early on with not that much gear. So especially something like Chaos Res is worth a lot initially. And those taper off. Like those are like still a couple divs, but they're not that expensive. And yeah, like ES just skyrockets at some point because like the best builds are like most of them go CI.
Dude has two, but this dude has two. I see, but like they're differently priced, and I don't understand why they're differently priced. Why did dude just flash into my hideout? Oh, who the fuck is the Ice Golem Enjoyer? Learned lesson? Interesting.
Surely I'll hit a shield soon, right? So that I can respec.
Why do I hear my phone ringing? Thank you. BRB. Okay. That's
I just deleted 2 more block bases while recoming. In the
What'd you say?
meantime, this is fun. I lost 2 more bases with block while trying to recom. I'm not having a good time right now.
07. All right, where were we? I got all 3 transcendent spirits from the same person. That makes life easy. What else do we have to do? That pretty much sums up the jewels. I think getting the timeless jewel here that gives movement speed is just would be ideal. But then I guess I can't fit another.
Or is it Lethal Pride?
No, your watches are here. I have to check. I think it's restraint.
Yeah.
Where's watches are?
Region for some like otherwise quality of life if movement speed is expensive.
Yeah, brutal restraint. All right.
No. Actually, no. Brutal restraint is those give dex. No, they don't. They have aura effect if you run haste yourself. Aura effect is also on there if movement speed is pricey.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. I've moved my jewels around, and I think I'm fine with where this one is at. I don't think it'll be quite as comfy, but we'll have to see. I think this is fine. All things considered. So this doesn't use purity or anything like that, right? All my res is gotten from gear and flasks. So let's start with flasks. We need silver. We need quicksilver. Now for these suffixes, what do I have? I have stun immunity. I have stun immunity and I have early res. I have a jade flask. Do I have a jade flask road or was that just pure bead? Let me see. We have bismuth, we have quicksilver, and we have amethysts. Quartz. This is an old flask. Let me check what my defiler character has in terms of flasks. Maybe we can transfer some. Maybe. Oh no, his flasks are already here. Okay. Okay. What about, I guess that means I can just switch back to that character. What do I have here? We have a granite with early res, which I actually need. Yeah, I have a granite with early res. I'm going to need to level up for it. Holy. Everything needs a level up. Does this assume Kitava? It does assume Kitava. So this POB is actually set for after Kitava's 2 points. Okay. So that means I should probably go kill
like
Kitava.
Default, it always says like you kill Kitava, so yeah.
Yeah, but Kitava gives points is the thing. And I think I would like as many points as I can going into this. So I can opt in to kill Kitava. I should probably do that actually. It's more rest to have to deal with though. We'll see. I'll get my gear sorted, try to get over 30, like 30 over cap, and if I can easily do it, then sure. If not, then something's got to give. Worst case scenario, someone carries me through Kitava.
Yeah.
All right.
If you need help on Kitava, just like, yeah, I can jump.
Thank you. So I'm going to need to tattoo some nodes to. You need to be tattooed, so let's actually, before we do anything, let's get this cluster jewel, shall we? Peak vigor spiked concoction. Adds 5 maximum.
And -2 more block bases. Oh, I love it.
Wait a second. This POB isn't ailment immune.
Yeah, and does it matter? No.
Isn't there lightning damage in Heist? I'm worried about shock.
Flasks are fixed. If you're actually worried about it.
I guess I'll start it, and if I don't see anything, then you know, and that's fine. But
Yeah.
I have to see if I get shocked, basically. Because shock can change my day very quick.
The thing is, like, you're more like gearing toward like kind of like for maps, but you don't need to for Heist.
No, I know. I'm just worried about shock because if I get shocked on a trap, I'm going to take more damage, and that can change, you know, how comfortable that's like traps feel.
Yeah.
So it's a question of, do they do lightning damage, and would it be enough to change, you know, to ruin my day essentially? Because I really want to not care when I run through. So I have to see sublime form. This is evasion. I'm looking for mana reservation. Is this the one that has mana? No, I just need. No, I just need an 8 passive cluster jewel or wrong POB. I guess spell damage is probably just better. Max life evasion. All right, I shall be back in a minute. BRB. All right, where were we? We're looking for an 8 passive cluster, the likes of which don't matter, but it should give a 10 in life and probably evasion. This should not be the case. Oh sure, this is not bad. Oh wait, this is 3 passive. Oh god. I need them all to be 8. Dex Chaos Res, not bad. Now we're going to buy the one that has pretty decent suffixes. Dex. Crosswall is a code skill. I don't know if Void Sphere is as well. I assume no. It's chaos, not cold. We'll do Dex Chaos. Fuck it. Thank you. What was that hideout? Oh, we don't talk about that. Yeah, we're going to need levels on this character. 64, 67. We need to just get to the point where we can survive the content. So we have granites. We need other flasks as well. I assume they're all going to require level 84. But you know, I mean 64 rather. They can require 68 if they have T1 move speed. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Everything that I know I'm going to use on this character, we're going to put it here. Or we are going to spend we're going to do some quick leveling. Belt can stay. Then all right. First things first, boots. You had Purity of Ice. Not Purity, Herald of Ice. As well as Purity of elements. Then chests. U. VFOS. With everything else. Then we need to put this back here. And then we need to get this guy for purity of elements. We also need Frostblink. Which was my only travel skill at the time. And I feel like I had something here. War banner. I don't need this. Yeah, I think this is fine. We'll go Blood Aqueduct to level up.
Kneel. I put you out of your misery.
I don't deal in introductions. Just there it comes.
And then we reset the zone, and we're just going to do this until like until a slightly higher level.
I don't deal in introductions. Just there it comes. Make your choice. Our society prefers swift resolution. Ah, this won't take. Code still applies.
Kneel.
Even when it cuts deep.
How am I dropping a divine in Blood Aqueduct, my dude? I just dropped a raw div in Blood Aqueducts. I mean, I'm not complaining, but like league start, you know, I could use that divine a lot.
Yeah. I mean, perfect. You know, the one time I practiced League Start, I was practicing EA, it's not LE.
Yeah.
I dropped the Krill Rain from Hillock, so yeah.
That's quite the practice. Like you can't even use it because you're practicing, so you're like, oh, okay. I think Hillock dropping Krill Rain is kind of hilarious though.
end.
How much XP do these guys give, I wonder?
Finally, I have a base.
So you have chosen death. Defeat or
You have a base for what?
take it.
The prefix base for shield.
Oh, congrats. How many bases did you eat?
A lot. Way too much. It wasn't fun.
Soon forget. You're welcome. Goodbye.
What level do I want to stop this at, I wonder? We're at 65 now, maybe 67.
This is not a challenge, but I welcome it. Do try not to deliberate too long. On guard.
We're on 37 right now.
Oh, very well.
Yeah, he's not worth the XP.
Your skin. I shall wear it.
Jesus. Fuck.
What's that?
So I'm 15 reforges in, didn't for a 1 in 8, and now it's filled.
Yeah.
15 reforges, so 30 did stun the brain already. And the annul 8 by...
The fun part about crafting, eh?
I'm really like RNG is not on my side.
Let's make sure that red dies. We're currently 66. One more level up and I think I'm fine. One more. How was the molten shell of Fisher rather still on the ground when I loaded into a new zone? Is there any difference in like loot rewards pre and after you finish Kitava for heists? Do you know?
I killed the ones who saved me. You're weaker still.
Anyway, I think I'm drop out of Discord. I wish you a nice evening.
Alright, good night. Alright, with this we should level up in this zone. And at 67, I feel like I should be at a prime level to finish everything. I will also go kill Kitava real quick while I'm at it. So realistically, once we're done here, we're going to Act 10 to kill Kitava. All right, let's go kill Kitava, shall we? We're gonna kill Kitava so we can go for 5 ways for extra levels once we're done setting this character up resistances wise and all of that. Just we'll 5-way it up. I don't know if I'm going to do that on stream because I mean 5 ways are intensive enough as is. I don't necessarily need to do that while live, you know.
Body and strike true.
I'll never wear chains again, Titan or otherwise.
And here we're just running a straight line. I don't think this area ever forces you to cross the bridge, does it? Maybe it does. I feel like I don't remember ever having to cross the bridge like mandatorily.
I shall strike you down.
My mana is gone.
But yeah, I forgot Shaper Seed actually gives me regen, like mana regen.
I'm not up to that just yet. Kneel!
All right, buddy.
Check them for trinkets.
Give me the minus 30 auras. Thank you. Let's be on our way, shall we? Give me my 2 extra passive points. I'm gonna need everything.
Well, now that it's funny. Simon. Good time. By the for freedom. Good time. Good tidings to you.
Why stand up where you can just teleport? All right. Now we can 5-way if we so need to. But in the meantime, we've done everything we are supposed to do when it comes to getting to a decent level, at least to wear shit. So I'm happy with that. We're gonna end stream here. I'm going to gear this character up properly, and by Monday I will likely just change the command on Monday, but at least we've gotten the shell of our Heister up and running, so now we can just turn our brain off and heist when we want to, which is kind of, you know, the idea or the purpose of this character, just being able to just do that. Just okay, for the next 2 hours I just feel like heisting. I don't want to map, let's just heist, you know. It's kind of the idea here. Not to mention, I do have quite a few contracts to level up my rogues, as well as a lot of blueprint. Genuinely a lot. Like, how many is this? 12 plus 15 plus 8 plus 12 plus 13 plus 9 plus 16 plus 13 plus 9. 107 contracts or blueprints, and that doesn't include fully revealed because there's some fully revealed in there. But let's see, how much are they going for right now? Just the blueprints. 35 chaos each. So 20. So I have 17D in blueprints, all self-farmed. So we have lots that we can run. And this is, of course, ignoring the fully revealed which are there 100%. But yeah. Anyways, I'm happy I have this character here. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate y'all. Till Monday, which is the next time I'm going to be live. Have a good night.